And we're live. Okay,
Yay!
so I'm gonna need to fandangle with this like I just said. But I'm sorry guys. We're like a whole hour late, and it's not our fault. No, well, not at least mine and chat's fault. I'm looking at you, Jay. What exactly were you doing before you remembered what time it was?
I just tweaking some editing related things.
You were like deep into fixing the editing stuff, and you're like, oh yeah.
I mean, at 7 o'clock, I was like, okay, okay, the stream's gonna start in like an hour, and then I started doing my thing and whatever, and then I looked over and it was like 7:44, and I was like, oh fuck, Jesus Christ!
And then you like turn back and you're like, you look back and it's like, oh goddamn, fuck.
Yeah, I meant to catch up with you guys at like 7:30 around that time. Just not 15 minutes away from the start of the stream.
I was debating in my head to like start the stream and like wait for you, but at the same time, I thought, you know what, we can just do it being late. It's okay. They'll forgive us. It's the first. It's the first inaugural setup of this format because I ended up making an entirely new display for this. It feels very EFAPy, but it's not quite EFAPy.
Yeah, I like the format. It looks pretty cool.
Normally, it doesn't look like this. It looks like what my stream normally looks like. But I thought of this because I'm like, I need to find better ways to set this up. I need to be good about it because like my stream is normally very bare bones because the games that I like to play, they have problems with like getting the game itself to be properly aligned inside of OBS because either they're old or they have technical problems. It is how it is. But then I thought, you know what? If I'm going to present a product and I'm also going to be working with people who've been doing this longer than I have, I should at least clean shit up and make it look nice. I'm going to have guests over. I don't want to embarrass myself. I have women's. The women's are coming. They're gonna look at me like, look at this filthy person. How dare? How dare you? So I threw some things together, and then I sat there and I'm like, I wonder how many more things can I fix up? Because I started working on like a couple things. Like the first thing I ended up making was the things for my other channels, like that scrolling picture frame. Like that took me like maybe 10 minutes to go through all of my settings to figure out how I wanted to look. And then I thought, maybe I should work on the background because I don't want to have the same static background. And then I thought, oh, well, I haven't set up the account for Streamlabs, so I should probably do that too. And then it's just started going from there. And then I realized after like I think it was Monday night or Tuesday night that I started thinking about it. I'm like, there's a lot of shit I need to fix here. Huh. Let me look at how other people do this. And I started looking at how other people had their stuff set up. And I'm like starting like emulated that kind of.
Yeah.
I ended up something that looks like EFAP, but it's not quite EFAP. I'm not sure if that'd be a slight or a sin towards Mahler because I love Mahler and how he does things. Everything he has looks nice and slight and unique, but I'm not quite. I don't like the way that it looks because I have a thing about gunmetal gray. So I'm like, I need some color. And I ended up with this. I'm not quite even sure what I'm gonna call this because I intend on making this a regular thing. At least if it's something that I'm gonna do, I'll probably have to end up doing it by myself more often than not. But if I invite more people on, I want to be able to come up with a name for it. And the name that I ended
Yeah.
up settling on, if you look at the title, is TopKek. Because this place is going to be like the shit poster area. I guess you could say it'd be the
Yeah.
shit poster version of EFAP. Where rather than going over like regular things in entertainment, because we'll do that eventually. Like I'll do that eventually if it's not on my if it's by myself with other people, I'll do it. But I don't want it to just be a pure carbon copy. So I ended up with this. It's like, you know what? What best can I do other than cringe post on the internet? But cringe post while reviewing news that happens in the world. That's something no one's ever done. Make other people suffer? It'd be great. I suffer, you suffer, we all suffer. Ask questions, post polls about it on Twitter. It'll be grand. And it's eventually when I came to like, you know what? If I'm gonna do this for the first time, I want to at least do this with other people who, they gel with me. And I thought, who could do that? First person I thought of was Jay, because I remember because I said to Jay when we started organizing this, I love her work, and it's a little bit nervous asking because I'm like, I don't know, will she say yes? Will she say no? And I'm like, I can't just have it be myself and one other person because I need other people to have opinions too. And three is a nice round number, so I'm like, who else could I ask? And then you came to mind, chat.
Here's an idiot. I'll do it.
We're all idiots on the internet.
Happy to be here.
Right, so we are going to be talking about what's basically a very sensitive topic. I'm doing some editing on the fly, so I might trail off for a second, but we're doing a very serious topic on the internet right now. And that is I guess you say court case filings, the fallout of the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, not trial, court case, divorce, whatever you want to call it. And I have to say this first before we even get started, because there are going to be people who are going to have their opinions and their takes, and they're going to say what they're going to say. And it has to be said first off and foremost, we're not going over this because we don't care. We're not going over it because we want to do it for a laugh and make a quick buck. We're going over this because a very serious problem that I think we need to talk about, especially with like how the internet works now, is decide when are we going to live the standards we choose to put out on social media. Cause oh my god, this court case, it's dark. I'm not gonna lie, folks, it's dark. There are gonna be things that you're gonna ask yourself, and you're probably gonna have opinions. You're probably gonna launch them at my Twitter, found at Mr. Random, scrolling on the screen. You're probably gonna have opinions for the comment section after it's made. And I just want you to know, it's okay if you have those opinions. Don't hold it in. But we have to talk about it. Because if we don't talk about it, this shit's gonna keep happening.
Yeah.
So, Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, they were married for a period of time. I want to say about like maybe 15, 16 months. They ended up getting divorced. It was very messy, very public. Very publicly, Johnny was labeled and shamed and canceled, all the words you can choose, because he was supposedly an abuser. All of these pictures, all of these stories, and then later, now, within the week, the story has gotten worse and worse, not only just outing how she decided to use victimhood to smear him, but not only did she lie, but she's the abuser. It has gotten worse in the last 24 hours, because this news story has now developed with her not only admitting blatantly that she abused him, but now using the fact that she knew that people would believe her story first. We'll get to that after we get through the first part. But let me get it on screen, because there's a lot here. And I at least want to go through this part, because this is the part that made me want to bring you guys on. Because I want to hear your opinions about this as women. Because I know how I feel about it. I was reared by women. And I know how I feel about it, having been a victim of this myself. But I just wanted to get someone else's context so I know I wasn't crazy. Like, when you think of, like, abuse that a person can suffer, what's the first thing that usually comes to your mind? Did you even put it into words? Like, the first thing that I can usually think of is, like, woman says she's abused, man says it didn't happen, police come, he goes to jail.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's usually how it goes down.
Like, I know that
Yeah, that's
before...
pretty much what I imagine.
I know that before it's been like the Duluth model, because that's the design of the system. Because I used to work in government, did it for years until I decided to stop doing it because of something that happened on the job. I'm not going to get into it here, but the way that they're supposed to do it is that whenever there is something that goes on and they're called for domestic charges, no matter what it is, they arrest the guy and they put him in jail. No questions asked.
Yeah.
Which is what makes this court case and the trial and the fallout interesting. Because normally... Ooh, somebody... Oh, incredibly average copy struck the video that I was looking at. Hold on, I have another one that links to his channel. If I have it, I think. Should. Here we go. Get it.
That's cool.
Get it up on the screen. Not that one. Here we go. And rewind this back to the start. Alright, so this is the YouTuber Incredibly Average. And he has been following this court case since the beginning. And he has literally nothing but videos covering this case on his channel. He has 9 of them. And he recently put out one today. We're going to be looking at the one before that one, which is the audio logs of a conversation that they had. Okay. And this is all information happening in the past. So this already happened. Everything that we're going to hear is what was happening during the divorce. And I'm just going to play it from the start, and we're going to let it rip. And if you want me to stop it, you just say when. I wanted to do this in the watch party, but I feel like stopping and starting would be best. So, here we go.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Just a couple of minutes of your time for the intro. This video is probably not what you expected in terms of what I promised my next one would be, but I believe it needed to be made, and it also needs to be seen and heard by as many people as I can possibly reach with my minimal platform. Even though I've tried to be fair in my presentation of facts and investigative findings, I'd be naive to think people don't see which side of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard case those facts have pushed me toward. I think what you're about to watch or listen to is the single biggest and most damning piece of evidence yet. I hope this doesn't come across as hyperbole, but I'd go as far to say I believe this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt, even though their marriage wasn't what anyone would consider perfect, that Amber Heard absolutely was not a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Johnny Depp as she claims, but was actually his abuser. You'll hear her admit to it multiple times throughout this video in her unmistakable words with her voice. What you're about to hear is a recording of a conversation and argument between Amber Heard and...
Are you playing it?
Yes.
Oh my god, I can't hear anything.
Hold on. I thought that might be because of my OBS. Hold on.
Johnny Depp. It's my understanding.
Could you hear that?
No.
Yeah. Hold on.
Standing based on the audio that recording their
How about now?
No.
Yeah, I think I heard like a tiny bit of something, but...
Gosh darn it. Hold on, let me get a watch party link up, because I should have done this before. Here we go. Watch together. Do this smart as best as I can. See here, going to watch together. Paste for this. Hold the video. And temporary room. How do I invite people to this room? Here we go. Alright, here we go. Let's take this link to the watch together.
Alright.
And I am... Alright, too many windows. And I am at 103. Right. Go.
Times throughout this,
Okay.
recording their conversations in order to help work on things was somewhat of a common.
You guys got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me go back to 103. And let me know when you're ready.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm good. I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
Understanding based on the audio that recording their conversations in order to help work on things was somewhat of a common practice. This is a long piece of audio. As such, it will undoubtedly be my longest video to date. I'll occasionally stop it to add context or commentary when I feel it necessary, and have added subtitles, speech boxes when they speak over one another or during what I believe to be very important moments. But for the most part, I'll be letting the recording speak for itself, and as you listen and watch, keep in mind this is not about whether you believe they had a toxic or unhealthy marriage. Honestly, I think the candid or rather frank nature of their conversation helps to clear up any remaining gray areas. This is about if Amber Heard lied when she claimed she lived in constant fear of Johnny Depp and suffered emotional, verbal, and physical abuse their entire relationship anytime she questioned his authority or disagreed with him, or sometimes for no reason at all. Listen and focus as she transforms from hostile, angered yelling to maniacal mocking of her victim to what I believe is a classic abuser tactic, gaslighting, controlling, and manipulating him with guilt. Unlike my other videos, I won't be adding audible bleeps for cuss words. I want you to hear everything exactly the way it is, so this is your warning. Also, I feel the need to warn anyone who may have triggers from hearing content of this nature. I know a lot of people who watch my videos are abuse victims themselves, and to you I say I'm terribly sorry if this ignites a bad memory. I'll try to remember to put timestamps to key points if anyone needs to find something quickly. However, I do encourage you to find the time to listen to this from beginning to end. So here we go.
No one else to.
I can't hear you, baby. I'm sorry.
I don't know what else to do.
I thought that we had some sort of game plan.
I told you what I needed. You said we should make a list, but yet you don't. Seeing the counselor's not gonna it's not gonna do it. It's not alone. I know. We gotta change how we do things. And I want to trust you, and I feel like all the trust is gone. All the fucking trust is gone in the relationship because you keep splitting.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation
Don't.
with you.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking.
What about all the other times you split? Come on, you cannot act like that. It's about that. It's
Well,
not.
we're on a plane. I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking
I
participate.
pushed you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence involved. And that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight.
A couple of things to address already.
I have a couple of things I'd like to address. What the fuck?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Did I hear that correctly?
It's like with her, it's just totally normal. She just like she sees hitting him as nothing but like turning his back on her, or like getting away from the altercation seems to be like a worse offense than her hitting him. Like
Yeah.
which tells me it's like it sounds like to me like she grew up with this shit, and it's so fucking normal that she thinks she can just do it to anybody she's in a relationship with.
Yeah, it's insane. She talks about it as casually as like, "Oh, babe, it offends me when you go sleep on the couch when I'm farting a lot at night." What? What?
Jay, do you remember that movie that Joseph Gordon-Levitt made called Don Juan?
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't like it.
She's that female character. She's Scarlett Johansson's character. Dead ass.
She is, yeah.
Oh my lord. If you split from the violence, you're perpetuating the fight.
And just like the idea that she thinks that's a valid reason to distrust someone. Not that he's like leaving in the middle of the night, not saying where he's going. He goes to another room when you start raising your voice, when he knows you're gonna hit him. That how does that make you distrust him? What are you talking about?
There are some people that are asking if the ambient noise in the clip sounds like it's looping. It is, because that's the sound of their mic. That's how the conversation was recorded. There's nothing I can do to fix that. I'm sorry, guys. Like, man, that hurts my brains. So, her idea is, I hit you, you hit me, therefore it's okay, but don't you dare hit me and walk away. Don't diffuse the situation. That makes me more upset. So what's the better alternative? He's standing there and let you knock his shit around? Is he supposed to take it?
Yeah. Yeah, evidently. Yeah, what is the alternative? What does she want? What would be the correct, course of action?
So, like, let's say she slugs him really, really hard, and he hurts him. He stumbles back, he hits something else, he gets hurt even more. He gets knocked out even. And that happens because he didn't walk away from you when you were getting violent. What are you supposed to do? Say sorry? I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean it.
Yeah.
Psycho. Just like it's not. People seem to think that those like those women in jeopardy movies or those domestic abuse movies where the spouse. Well, let's be honest. The husband who's beating the fucking wife.
This is like the plot of Matt. What was the name of the movie? Was it Mad Black Woman? I can do battle all myself. Which one was it? Diary of a Mad Black Woman. That one.
They all got the same fucking characters.
Oh god, she's like a Tyler Perry character, except played by a white actress, but she's not acting.
Yeah, but it's not even that. What makes this worse, I mean, apart from the fact that it's real, is that she thinks it's completely normal. It's not like, oh, well, I make more money than you now. Your career's in the shitter, so I get to hit you. Like, it's not mustache twirly villain shit. She's completely fucked. I don't think you can convince this bitch otherwise that she is not right in the head. It's not like like the husband character from I Can Mad Black Woman. He's like, come on, like I make more money than you. Like I was with you when you had nothing. You're trash. It's not like that. Where they're outwardly evil and it's fucking ridiculous. This shit it's scary. It's scary shit.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. There was people telling me to pump up your volume, so I did, Jay. Alright, let's get back into it. I'm at 425.
Note how Amber isn't complaining about any abuse she has since claimed to have suffered, and this is just months before the divorce. In fact, her primary complaint in this argument is that Johnny split or left, removing himself from a physical attack by Amber the night before. This will be her main sticking point throughout the video. Her wording is curious for an alleged abuse victim. Amber, of course, testified to only hitting Johnny one time during their entire relationship, apparently to save her sister Whitney. But this is not that day following the March 2015 incident. This is months later, and yet we have already established that Johnny wants no part of these seemingly frequent physical altercations and chooses instead to leave the room or the home altogether when attacked. Both parties speak as if these attacks by Amber are a common occurrence. Of course, Amber doesn't want to talk about the details, but she'd rather stick to the point of Johnny leaving when he's attacked, to which her response is that only perpetuates the fight. So if I'm understanding this correctly, she claims he makes the fight and her response worse by running away. You know, the whole "you're making me do this" reasoning. You may have also noticed that Amber used the words "you hit back," which translates to "I hit you first," and also "so don't act like you don't participate," which is odd phrasing to me. He corrects her by saying he pushed her on the plane during one of her attacks, something he has owned up to doing on another occasion when she was punching him in order to get away from her and get her off of him to get to the door and leave.
Yeah, because what is he supposed to do? Are they supposed to run through that shit like it's a gauntlet? Like, bitch, hands off me! Of course!
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't stand this belief that if the dude fights back, then suddenly it's like, oh, they're both abusive then. No, 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 no. You come at me with some fucking shit, with a weapon or like trying to punch me out, you're gonna get punched the fuck out.
It doesn't even have to be relationships. Like, how many times have we, like, right now, we can look it up right now on YouTube. How many fights? Girls beating the shit out of a guy. He is asking her, please stop, get away from me, please stop. Or something to that effect. He knocks her out, gets one good lick. 15 guys. Fight back, homie, fight back!
Yeah.
Like, you call it what you want. Call it society, call it men, you're not supposed to hit women, you can take that. Fuck that. I want true equality. You want to be an egalitarian? You take these hands like a man.
Right, right.
If you can catch him, you gonna receive him.
Right. It doesn't matter if the guy is like a linebacker or just like an anemic anorexic. It doesn't matter. Like, it's about bodily autonomy. If I'm being fucking violated or whatever, I'm gonna defend myself. Fuck that. Like, that doesn't, me being able to take something doesn't mean you should just like, it's like, just because I'm wearing a bulletproof vest doesn't mean you can keep shooting at it, because eventually, guess what? I'm gonna get fucked up.
Right, exactly.
The worst part is the language that she's using is the language of an abuser, but she's claiming to be a victim, and she's pushing him to try to accept that he's responsible. Because that whole you can't walk away from me thing, you're making me do this, that's abusive language. But then it goes into, well, I'm not gonna get into the details of what happened, but I need you to understand that when you don't listen to me, when you don't stand there with me, if you don't fight with me, that you're making me do this. Like, what is your hitting him supposed to be a call for help?
Right.
If it's supposed to be a call for help, why aren't you using your words? You use your words, not your hands. Because if you use your words, he can understand. If all you do is hit him and expect him to just stand there and take it, like this is some weird 2010 remake of The Notebook, what do you expect to happen? How is he supposed to understand you? It's worse if you do that. Because all I'm going to understand is, oh, she really wants to fight right now. She really trying to kill me. Let me go away right now. Why are you walking away from me? Where you going? Why won't you fight for our love?
Like I said, this bitch, she's used to this shit. She's learned this shit. This is not
Either she did it, yeah. Either she did it to someone else, or she started doing it to him.
Well, you remember she did. Remember she was busted for abusing her last girlfriend.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That was her. Oh, I remember now. Oh no.
Yeah, I was gonna make the joke. She was a lesbian until she went into JLongbone, right? Am I allowed to say that?
No. She's literally the trope. She's literally the trope of the abusive lesbian. Oh!
Yeah, I mean, she looks pretty straight. I know you can never tell, but she looks awfully straight. But after hearing her talk like this, yeah, I guess I believe it.
Oh god, now I'm just imagining her with, like, a black buzz cut and, like, the most stereotypical grunge plaid. It makes it worse. Oh, Lord. No, Johnny. Not you. No.
You know, it could be more fucked up, though. That maybe, like, she would date chicks because they were easier to beat on.
That's worse, Jay.
Yeah, it's just a theory. Like, this bitch is so cold-blooded. I wouldn't be surprised. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
chicks are softer to punch.
It's just a theory. A gay theory. Oh God, Matthew Patrick, don't sue me.
Just say a gay theory. That's a fucking terrible pun. You're welcome for that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that is what I said, so I'm scared.
Yeah.
Cause like I know how some YouTubers get, and God, man, this man has had no sleep. Have you seen pictures of Matthew Patrick? After he had his baby, he went like he's transforming into like nostalgia critic. Like the hair, like the beard. His beard is immaculate. But like I don't want to. No, not on the other end. I don't want to be on the other end of that. All right. 5:53.
But I'm sure the act of moving her or shoving her away to escape counts as abuse in her book, no matter what she was doing to prompt it. Now back to the tape.
Really, when you split on me, how do you feel when I leave you?
When I split, when I go into the other room, you said.
And getting me a room, getting another room in a hotel is just the same thing.
When did I get another room at a hotel?
You text Steven or Nathan in Toronto to get you another room. It's chronic. It happens all the time. And if you do it to go into another room, you do it and you get dressed.
You were fucking screaming at me.
I'm not going to validate my actions last night. I feel very bad.
Oh, you. Two things. It happens constantly. I'm not gonna validate my actions. I have a question. If it's happening, if he's constantly leaving the fight, and you're constantly fighting, what does this tell you, Amber?
Yeah.
And if
she's got monkey brain, like total monkey brain.
And then if you won't even validate that you did something wrong, why do you think he's even texting friends to help him book another room so that you can cool off? You hear that, sir? That's your one brain cell clapping. It's trying to help you. It's trying to help you, girl. Come on, make that connection. Oh.
And she never denies it. She doesn't deny that it happens constantly.
That's the worst part. It's like, yeah, we constantly fight. I am constantly kicking your shit and I am fucking Tyboing your ass. But like, why are you walking away from me though? Like, why are you leaving me? Where are you going? No.
Yeah.
Stay with me and watch Gilmore Girls.
Yeah, she's not stupid though. She's not stupid. Otherwise, she wouldn't be trying to get his money. She's not stupid. She's just like insane. She's fucking insane.
Yeah.
Oh, it gets worse because there's details on that actually. There are very intimate details about it. They have court records on this. We gotta get through this first before we get there because it all this is the clincher. Because this is like when she says it, and then when you go back through it, because we can go back through it if you want. When we go back through it, oh god, it gets worse. And I haven't seen much of it. All I know is that the information exists. So you're getting my raw reaction here, and I don't like what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
All right, I am at 6:37.
Oh, I'm talking in Toronto.
I did not start screaming until you had fucking said all this shit. You poke an animal enough, it is eventually, doesn't matter how friendly it is.
No, hell no. Fuck no. No. I refuse. No. You cannot. If you poke and by your logic, By this logic, Amber, Johnny should have kicked your shit in twice.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh my god.
So she mentions him getting another room in Toronto because she was screaming at him, and even gets it mixed up with the previous night's incident when she was also screaming at him and punched him, again referring to herself as an animal that was being poked, and that's why she does it, attempting to validate her actions.
So I have not done this to you. I have not said these things to you. I have not started to fight by saying I'm going to get another room. And I'm not going to sit here and fight about fucking Toronto anymore. Guess what? I let it go. I'm not fucking talking about Toronto.
Send me the tapes.
I can whisper it. I can write it.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Because you clearly haven't tried. Because if you had tried to write it, or whisper it, or beat it, you would have. Apparently Johnny has the ability to. He can leave the entire room. He can even remove himself and call friends. So, were you lying then when you said that when he leaves it perpetuates the fight? Or are you lying now when you say that you can do anything other than be violent? Because clearly that's not true, because you wouldn't then be getting upset at him if he was choosing to find another way to communicate with you. My brain hurts.
Yeah. When you can see a perfect example of her temper right there, you know?
Like, she's getting upset that they're talking about it.
Yeah.
The mere idea of discussing the marital issues is enough to make her mad.
Mm-hmm. And she's the one who keeps bringing up the point. She's the one who wants to talk about how he's destroying their relationship by, not wanting to stay in the confrontation. But then when he brings up completely relevant examples that point out his side, she starts screaming at him. I'm not talking about that.
It's like...
It's just amazing.
It's like, honey, we need to talk. Okay, can we talk about how you shot me? I'm not gonna discuss how I put this bullet in your chest. I need to discuss how you made me feel when I gripped this gun and you decided to leave the room. But you shot me! I said I'm not gonna... What the fuck? What the fuck? You can't... Even just not even in the context of relationships. In life, you can't solve problems unless you're willing to admit that you might be wrong. Any confrontation, anytime, ever. You have to be willing to say, okay, you have your truth, I have my truth. Let's combine it together and get the truth. And let's go from there. You don't even want to hear him. You don't even want him to speak. You want him to go, yes, dear. I'm sorry, dear. Whatever you want, dear. Can I rub your feet, dear? You want some tea, dear? Would you like some meat, dear? Would you want me to watch as Tay Dig plows you, dear? Like, what is he supposed to do? Where is he supposed to go? It really feels like she just wants him to sit there and take it.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry,
Yeah,
that's not that. No, as much as society, hashtag TM trait snark, likes to say this, no, men don't have to sit there and take shit. It's a choice. If someone wants to be in a relationship, or somebody wants to be and help something do something, if somebody wants to even commit themselves to the army, it's a choice. Technically, they conscript us, but we choose to go. We choose to do things. If someone chooses to help you in a situation, they made the choice. Out of the bottom of the compassion. Or if it's a relationship between a boyfriend and a girlfriend, their want to help you is based on how much they supposedly love you. They don't sit there because, well, I have to do it. I have to listen to her. I have to listen to him. That's not how it works. That's not emotional love. It's narcissism if you think they have to do it.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, was she like this when they were dating, or is this because they got married and she thinks that because they are married, that means he has to sit there and take it? Because if it's because this is how she always has been, that just means she's just an abusive person.
Right.
If it's because they're married, she thinks that he's supposed to just take her abuse and deal with it. Well, now that's it. That's an adult conversation we have to have. Like, ladies, fellas, how you feeling? Would you be in a relationship with a person like this?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure she was the sweetest thing while they were together. Otherwise, he probably would have dumped her ass.
Oh, I'm sure she was. She
really
was.
nice.
She's. We know she's bisexual. She was banging his brains out on the regular. Like, she was doing tricks with her tongue that he didn't even understand the word frenulum.
Yeah, I'm sure she was the sweetest thing until legally half of his money was hers. I'm sure.
And this,
I can't fathom him. You know, he could have anybody. He's Johnny Depp.
mm-hmm.
If she had been this wretched when they were just dating, I'm sure he would have left her. You know.
There's a word for that, and it's called the heart bomb racket. A woman married. It was just something that happened back in Victorian era times, because this is part of the reason why women were expected to have half of a man's money. A woman who was either virginal or was supposed to be a maiden of stature that people knew of, she'd get involved with a man with money. She would be the sweetest thing. And then as soon as they were either wed or her dowry was paid for their marriage, she would become an outright fucking spinster evil person. And she would do it so that they could get divorced, and it would ensure her to half of his money, because, well, she's entered into your relationship. She's now technically your property. She has to be a made woman, so she's entitled to it. And this would happen regularly. Plenty of women throughout history, including some people who were members of the second and first wave of the movements. Not as though that is a slight upon suffrage or suffragettes, but there are women that this was their game plan. They did this for money. There are plenty of women who today do it for money. We call them gold diggers. So I wonder, and it's very, very clear, because the reason that this actually happened, the reason they were having these conversations, because these were conversations they agreed together to record so that they could try to work out their marriage. This happened because he asked her about prenups. So is this her reaction to the prenup questions? Or is this her slowly peppering him with rock salt to loosen him up? I feel like we're going to find out the answer as we go in, but I'm really getting the feeling that some of this was because she was upset, and a lot of this was because she had an ulterior motive. Mm-hmm. I'd rather not it be the second one, because the second one's a lot sadder. Because it's worse because of the news that came out recently in 24 hours. I'll tell you about it, but I want you to hear it later. Basically, she said, and I quote, that no one will believe you. Go out and say that I'm Johnny Depp, then I am a victim of domestic violence, and look at and watch at how many people believe you. It made...
She was fucking right.
Uh-huh.
She was right.
Uh-huh. So I'm wondering, was she just feeling like this at the moment, or was she planning this? Did she move step by step to set this man up to take the fall?
Here's my thing. I think she's always like I think she's just flat out abusive, period. But at the same time, I think she's like, because she's from Texas, I'm thinking she's this white trash bitch who grew up around a lot of abuse and wanted to become like an actress or something, like the stereotypical shit. She wanted to grow up and become an actress because that was some easy fucking money, but she fucking sucks at it. Ever seen her in anything?
Oh God, yes.
And so she hooked up. She tried to hook up with actors and shit, and tried to climb up the social ladder and hit the right fucking one who was docile enough to put up with her shit. And plus she knows how the game is fucking played in Hollywood. If she's like a little pretty little, pretty little angelic looking white girl. Of course, they're gonna think, oh well, of course she's being abused. Like you can't, believe all women and blah blah blah. Blah. And so
Believe all women. Hashtag
I
me
think,
too.
yeah, I think she's like in her bones. She's just like this vile sack of shit.
Yeah.
She's just like, and it's like there's no saving this bitch. That's just my how I'm looking at it though. What I've sensed from this. Because she's not a good actress. The only reason why she's in fucking Aquaman is probably because people felt sorry for her.
Yeah.
And because she's like, yeah, she's a piece of ass. And that's about it.
It's an interesting theory. Because me myself, being a voice actor, I understand how the business goes. But goddamn, Hollywood is weird. It's really, really fucking weird. Things that happen in those underhand boardroom deals.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Don't you notice how... Oh, no, that's alright. But, like, don't you notice how when certain chicks... You gotta notice this. Like, when certain actresses get to a certain age, and, like, their sexual, like, value... Their
sexual virility.
Yeah, virility is gone. Then that's when they start coming in with the accusation when right when the career has slowed down, and then they want to start talking that shit. But
that or they become political activists.
Way after they should have. Like before, when it was benefiting them, it was fine. But now, like, yeah, your virility's gone, your eggs are dried up. No one gives a shit about you as an actress. Now you all of a sudden you're coming out with the accusations and all this and this and that. And like you notice, as soon as these accusations come out, suddenly, they got another a project out, or like a book or some shit, because that's the only way some of these soiled doves can fucking make money in Hollywood.
And then it's worse because I think this is going to be the moment, because this is the really sad thing too. This is going to be the moment where a lot of people that are extreme on both sides of this discussion, they're going to just sit here and say, oh my god, look at what she's done. She's given them she's become the fucking scratcher in the rye. She's the canary in the coal mine. And then on the other side, it's going to be, we knew it! I knew it! I knew it! There it is! We found it, boys! It's real! It's real! It's really real! Oh my god! They were hiding it all along in plain sight!
Then you're gonna have the boy thoughts coming out, faking domestic abuse. She beat me! You stuck a broom up my ass! If K-Fed was still, like, with K-Fed and Brittany, if they were still relevant, he would have gone there. Because he was one of them boy thoughts. Because didn't she have to pay him alimony?
Yes! Yes!
Oh, yeah.
Financial support and everything.
Right, yeah. He's one of them. He could have went and done the same goddamn thing if he was around during this time. If their relationship was if they were still together and they were still relevant.
There's other cases of this shit happening too. Like when it happened to Justin Timberlake and that one girl who was supposed to be his co-star in some project. There's footage of them at the club. Her hand is on his thigh. She's with him and he with her. They clanging in session. And he has to come out before and say, I'm sorry. I have cheated on my wife. I have to apologize. And it's like, no, you don't need to apologize to us. Like, literally at the same time this was happening, you got Will Smith and his wife, Jada Pinkett. I can't remember what program they were on, but it was something that was her mother, and her daughter. And they were having a conversation about it, about this infidelity that happened with, like, his first wife or first girlfriend that he had met when he was still doing Fresh Prince. And something, I can't remember the details exactly, but something had happened. And it was this big thing that everybody made a stink about on social media, because it was like, ooh, girl, Will Smith got in her ass. And I'm like, I don't remember exactly what, but I knew it had to do something with the relationship. It was like, I didn't even know that happened. I didn't know that person existed, because that's how it's supposed to be. I'm not supposed to hear about your marital problems. That's you. if you feel you need to tell the public all you want, but it doesn't make a goddamn difference.
Yeah.
'Cause
Well, and it's disturbing that the public feels like they are a part of your relationship. They're entitled to that information. Like, it's not relevant to you if an actor you like or don't like, whatever, is having marital problems, did something bad in their marriage. You're not entitled to that information. It just shows you how screwed up people are as far as how entitled they feel to, whatever celebrities.
it's a weird
Personal
sense
life.
of like social pair bonding. Because
Yeah.
like the first thing that comes to mind is Raylo. Raylo fans are
Yeah.
fucking insane.
Yeah.
Because it's not just like, it's not like Tumblr levels of like being horny for the Onceler. No, it goes beyond that. They're like going to his stage play. They are assaulting him sexually by forcing themselves on him by kissing him after his stage play, and then they go on to Twitter and say, we want his wife either hurt or we want her to be removed. They need to get him and Daisy Ridley together because they belong to each other. Oh God.
Oh,
Fucking Christ.
Did you hear about that thing? I forgot. It's at this fucking theme park, and they have their own, like,
Well, the Galaxy's Edge?
Yeah, I think it's something like that. And they have their own, like, little Kylo's little helper.
Oh yeah,
person.
I saw him.
Like, you stand in a room, and then he comes in and he threatens you, and he does this little Kylo shit. And it's like these women have been going in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't even have to say shit. You know how it's gonna go.
Oh boy.
He goes in there, he backs him up against the wall, and they're like physically, sexually aroused by it.
My womanhood quivers in your hands. I am like putty for you.
Like totally getting off on the intimidation. And like, look, I get it. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of women into that. And that's fine. But don't fucking put that out in public where kids are at. You sick bitch. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah, be like all the other Twitter moms and just go into a screening of 50 Shades Freed and just go in with a cucumber and have at it. Like a normal person. Oh, Lord. Jesus Christ, Mary, Joseph, and all the Joe bros in heaven. Oh, God. I'm scared. I'm scared to press continue. Oh, shit. I think it's desynced. It should be at 7:26.
Oh, I'm right there.
Okay.
Guess what? I'm not saying another fucking word about Toronto. I'm so sick and tired of fucking fighting about old fights. This is not about a fight. This is broad. This is a broad thing. And if I'm telling you every single time you get dressed and you fucking split the top of a fight, you never fucking try and work it out, you never fight for me, you never come to me, you never self-calm, you never self-soothe, you're never the one to throw the olive branch. I'm sick and tired of it. It needs to fucking change. And you can go, I can't meet those demands, I can't do it, or you can fucking promise me so I have a modicum of safety, I feel a modicum of respect, a little tiny
I'm Negro Thomas!
You never self-soothe. Bitch, what do you think I'm doing when I'm leaving the room?
Yeah.
You're crazy ass.
Oh my God.
Oh, my Lord. You can't see it, but my shirt is sweat. It is just soaked in sweat because I am laughing so hard.
Yeah. You never do deep breathing exercises when I'm having a fucking meltdown. How dare you?
Yeah, she's one of those hoes that tweets out, if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve my best, and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh my God. Yeah, you never fight for me. Life is not a shitty R&B song from the mid-90s. Who are you, insane? Is she real? I don't like having to face the fact that this is a real human being. I don't enjoy this.
Boy, I can't. There are so many words that I'm not allowed to say because I know that it'll get the Twitch cast immediately taken down. Where to begin? All right. Okay. So he never fights for you. Well, let's see here. You're knocking his shit around. right? Right. So he sits there, right? And you're punching him in the face, you're poking him, you're prodding him, you're sticking your fucking stick-ass acrylic nails in his face, you're pointing at him, you're screaming, you're huffing, you're smearing your mascara, your lipstick's getting smudged at the edges, you are scowling at him like you hate his very soul and essence and being, and he's just sitting there. He's just Johnny Depp, just depping it up, trying to get to the depths of his soul so he can find some peace.
Oh my God.
Because if he goes so deep into his soul, and he just thinks to his brain, just let it go, Johnny. Just 5 more minutes of this, Johnny. She's gonna tire herself up. Just let it go, Johnny. And you're just fucking hitting him with a Tekken 3 combo, just and he's counting how many times you hit him before you get to the end of this combo, before you hit him with the 3-piece connection linker. Because I play fighting games, I'm smart. You hit him with all this shit, and you just expect him to take the abuse, and that's supposed to be him committing his love to you. Taking your abuse is supposed to be love. I'm pretty sure you got that from a hentai. I'm pretty sure you did, and I think it was Bible Black. And then you say, no, I'm not going to talk about our fights. I don't want to talk about other fights. The problem is broad. Okay, how broad is it, broad? How big is this paintbrush you are painting with? Because this is a very pretty picture, but I'm sorry, I don't see the substance. It's very postmodernist to me. Is it broad when you beat the shit out of him and he leaves the room and you think, oh, you don't really care? If you loved me, you would let me stab you in the eye with a stiletto. And not the 1-inch, not the 6-inch, no, the 9-inch, with the really long nails that's dressed like a penis. Is it broad because he's calling his friends? Are you imagining what he's saying to his friends? Guys, come on, you gotta get me the fuck out of here. She's hitting me with the stilettos again. Like, come on, Johnny, it's okay. I'm doing Keanu. Johnny, it's okay. Just you know what's happening. Just try to go with it, man. You'll be fine. I don't know, man. It's getting really bad. I gotta go do something. I gotta do something. I need to go somewhere. Can you just book me another room? All right, man. Listen, I'll help you out.
What Keanu should have said was, we need guns.
More like, he needs alcohol. Because, God, holy shit, how is he not fucking alcoholic after this?
Yeah.
See, I noticed, like, recently that his face has been, like, looking worse and worse.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, he was in this movie, one of his shitty movies. What was it called? Mordecai or some shit?
Yes.
The one where he had the mustache and he looked great. And then, but after that, slowly but surely, like, his face got really fucking weird looking. And I'm like,
Yeah.
fuck, this is Johnny Depp. Like, you've been fine. Like, what the fuck? So, and I'm thinking that maybe like she was either it was the stress or she was beating him so bad that he was starting to look fucked up.
Oh no, it was probably both. I've seen the pictures. I have them saved. Hold on, I can pull them up right now. I prepared for this. Hold on. Let's see here. Let me go to image slideshow. Amber Heard Abuse, spelled with 3 O's. And image files. Because I have pictures of both him and I have pictures of her. Some of these I got from the Daily Mail articles, where a lot of this was called out. Some of them I collected on my own, because I have time to waste. And I want you to go through them and just look at them. Because I'll try to make sure it doesn't move too fast, but I just want you to look at the ones. And like, imagine what kind of damage supposedly they did to each other during this. Because there are plenty of them. I just have a small smattering of them here. Let's see, how many I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them. Let's see here. And put this on. Let's do 1500 transition millisecond. There we go. And just take a look at these pictures. Because there's pictures of them when he had his hand cut off. There's pictures of them together.
Oh yeah,
walking.
I saw the finger thing. That was fucked up.
Yeah.
And then there's the pictures of his face after it, after one of the fights that they apparently had. And then here's what she looked like after apparently one of these fights. And then there's another cut frame where of a story that happened in a bathroom. I think this is in this video too. We'll get to that eventually.
Yeah.
And then this is a better close-up, and then it just loops back together around. There's plenty of pictures that we could probably look up on the internet, but the first thing I know about abuse is if Johnny actually hurt you, you would have more than just an abrasion. I know that for sure. 100%. Because if he was hitting her, he would have injuries consistent with defensive wounds. It wouldn't just be the bruises she has. She would have abrasions on her face from either being pushed into walls, being pushed into objects, being forcibly pushed around, or just manhandled in general. Because his wounds are consistent with someone who's basically being beaten. Like, there's a lot of them there. And you can find them on the internet. You can probably look them up right now. But there are plenty of pictures of both of them supposedly in abuse. And then, let me see if I can actually find it. There is a picture of her getting out of an elevator. And that same picture that you saw of her in the bathroom, none of those markings, none of that is there. At all. It's like she just came out with fresh face, with almost no makeup on. And you can't see anything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand. Because if he's been abusing her in the way that supposedly he's been abusing her, because it's in the case files, she goes on and on in her deposition about how he was monstrous. If this is true, where that though?
Yeah. Yeah, why is your photographic evidence of how horrible he was, why does it look like you put a little bit of purple eyeshadow on and it fell on your nose instead of going on your eyeball?
Yeah, apparently she's friends with a Hollywood makeup artist. So.
Yeah.
That's the other thing too, because a lot of the pictures that went into this case, there's scrawled messages written in makeup, specifically lipstick, like on the wood, the splintered parts of the bed frame, which I can believe. I can believe that there's some damage to some furniture in the house. But there's messages. Let me see if I can actually go find them right now. There's messages that he apparently wrote to her of him accusing her of cheating on him with Billy Bob Thornton and writing messages of it on the bathroom windows or on the mirrors, and then messages scrawled on other parts of the furniture. And I've never even heard in my personal life of men doing that. So when did it happen? And if he was doing it, why don't you have proof of it on your phone? Because if I saw some shit like that, I'd record that. See here.
Yeah.
Amber Heard. Stick mirror. God damn it. I don't want pictures of her in fucking makeup. Amber Heard, Johnny Depp. There we go. Johnny Depp lipstick mirror. That's not it. 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 Some more pictures of them. Message. There we go. Right there. Messages like that. written in the mirror in her makeup. I can't even read the message that says, but it very clearly says something, and then you can see Billy Bob on the mirror.
Yeah.
And there's supposed to be another one, but I don't see that one. Oh, here we go. She's something, loves something something. These messages are over fucking lapped way too much for this to be legible. And then, written in red, call Carly something, she said something better, babe, smiley face. So, if I assume that the black is Johnny, since this is clearly written mentioning Billy Bob, if I assume this is Johnny, then this is Amber.
No surprise there. She got spiders in her fucking brain.
So supposedly, allegedly, if he was writing this in supposed blood, why is it very clear that I can tell that this is Hot Car Red number 2? Because that's not blood. That does not look like blood. That is
No.
that is lipstick. And that is a very bright red of lipstick. So that's number 1. Number 2, if he's writing you messages on your mirror, why are you responding to them in the most petty way possible? Like, I have to imagine what the prosecutor is thinking as he's looking at this evidence, and I have to imagine what her lawyer is thinking. Like, what? Amber Heard, can you explain to me what we see here in Figure 1? Yes, and who was writing the second message in red? Yes, I see. Why? I have to imagine somebody asked her why. Like, why would you defame a piece of your supposed perfect evidence, open shut case, everybody, with smug messages to the defendant in your divorce case? Why would you take away your ace in the hole by showing how crazed he is?
Yeah.
In fact, if he's doing this while he's having fights with you, why didn't you record it? Why didn't you show him putting it on the mirror? Because I have a working rule on my channel. I show people things so that they know it's real. I don't just want to say, I saw this one time. No, I'm gonna find it. So, if you, smart Amber Heard, very, very good at her job, if you are smart with keeping receipts, because she has a lot of text messages she used as evidence. There's one right here in the Daily Mail articles that is showing on all these gossip websites. All of this information, all this evidence, but I'm very sure that this is what have gotten tossed out, because all a normal person sees here is gibberish. Sure, there's some words here and there. It's plausible. If I assume he wrote them, I have to now ask the question, why did you write on them?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any cognizant sense. To a stand, it makes sense. Like, oh, guys, come on, clearly, she's just, she's having fun. She's mocking. She's living her best life. What else would a woman of that stature do other than mock a man who's weak? Anything else but. Strong people don't have to say they're strong. This is me, I say that to myself all the time. It's actually one of the things I say in one of my videos on the black pill of creativity, when I was going through a creative slump, doubting myself. Like, I think I compared it to the Jet shot scene in Final Fantasy X, where Jet's just overplaying on the audio saying, "You can't do it, kid, you can't do it." Normal people who are strong will normally go through periods and phases where they're weak, and they will usually come forward and admit said weakness. And there's a trend in our culture nowadays, hashtag culture traits in our culture, where people consider someone who shows weakness to be someone who's not strong, when in fact showing that weakness is in itself a strength, because you're willing to understand, you know what, maybe I do need help, maybe I could ask someone for help, maybe I can reach out and have someone give me some help, maybe someone can talk to me, something other than balling it up on the inside. So far through this entire conversation, we hear Amber Heard not only refuse to discuss problems, but actively berating her partner for not discussing them the way she wants.
Mm-hmm.
She's always
discussing parts she wants to exclude from the narrative, even.
Mm-hmm.
So if the point is that supposedly you're this person who believes all this shit because this is the part that really chafed my grape, like really nicely. Let me pull this one up. There is a picture of her where she is promoting, I think it was either for a video series for a company or on her social media, of her promoting Raise Your Voice. We will not accept silence. Speak up. Okay. Tell me. You can raise your voice. You won't accept silence. You speak up a lot. In fact, you're beating the shit out of your partner. So why aren't you taking your own advice? How did things get violent? Very clearly, you started it. You even in your situation, you say, "Oh, you hit me back." Okay, so what I infer from that is clearly you hit him first, and you always hit him first, because his first inclination is to leave until you're calm. So, if you're being petty, and you're berating him, and you can cognitively identify that he is willingly choosing to leave situations so that he does not interact with you when you are violent, but then you go out into the world and you say, people, we will not be silent about domestic violence. We must use our voice. We have to speak up about our problems. There are two thoughts of cognitive dissonance going on here. Which one do you want from him? Because the first thing you have to understand is that when you project a message like this, you have to walk your walk. You gotta talk your talk. So if you're not doing this in your own relationship, how many other people out there in the world are you giving this information to who are now listening to what you've done and are ignoring it? Because, yes, Queen! Because I've been to Yas Queen Twitter. In fact, Mort and I were talking about shit that we saw happen on Yas Queen Twitter. Because it has a very big overlapping circle with Black Twitter. I'm trying to remember, because there's a situation I remember exactly about this. I'm trying to describe it accurately as I remember it. Had it, and I lost it. No, wait, I remember. There is places on Twitter, like Jay mentioned it. There are people who will say that they look to people like this, and they look at that example and go, oh, she's literally me! And they emulate this behavior, right? Mm-hmm. So, in my mind, thinking about all those people who said, hashtag believe all women, hashtag I'm with her, hashtag believe all victims, hashtag yes means no, no means yes, whatever the hell they make these hashtags about. They make them every goddamn week. For all of those people out there who attach themselves to activists like this, to activists like Rose McGowan and Alyssa Milano, and God forbid, what was her name? The other woman that was up there with the hashtag Me Too movement. She was the one that abused that boy. Ashley Judd too, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. Asia Argento!
Oh, yeah, that bitch.
When you have a situation where a person like Asia Argento is up there saying, yes, believe this, you need to support the movement, and then out comes this information, Asia Argento has abused a boy at a young age. She groomed the shit out of him. Mm-hmm. To the point where even Rose McGowan, I'm gonna post my sex tape on Twitter, McGowan. When even Rose McGowan's like, you know what? I got played. Y'all were right. I'm sorry. I'm gonna still pound this fucking. I'm still gonna pound this fucking movement, but I'm sorry. I was wrong. When even Rose McGowan has that moment, how many people do you think are just gonna sit there and say, "Nah, I don't believe it. I even if she was wrong, I'm still gonna do that shit."
Yeah.
There has to be a point where the light has to click on eventually, right?
Right.
Because the cognitive dissonance has to kick in at some point where it's like if you have a person that claims that you've denied their you denied their humanity because they have attached themselves to this movement, like for example, when a person attaches themselves to a fictional character, doesn't matter if it's Naruto fans and Sasuke apologists, or if it's Raylo fans. Oh yeah, I'm going all the way there. I'm going there, Michelle.
Oh, I don't want to talk about him anymore.
Neither do I, but I gotta bring them up because they're perfect examples. It doesn't matter if it's apologists about fictional characters. It doesn't matter if it's actual insane people like Raylos. At what point does the cognitive dissonance get so big that you go, wait a minute, hold on, I don't understand? Because this is a point where you have to go, I don't understand. How can you say these things and do these behaviors, but at the same time, you think, yes, this is right. This is the best thing I could do. I can just trick them. I can just trick them, and they'll never know. You'd think someone would notice, right? Like, hey,
Yeah.
what's the magician doing with his hands on the table? No, don't look there. You're gonna spoil the trick. The part of the trick is that you have to know that you were tricked and go, oh, that's good. Because if this is just one example. How many ones do we not know about? Because this is the part that I think is important. I'm sorry I cut you off, but let me finish this thing. This is a thing that people have to understand as they're watching this. This is not a celebrity problem. This is a human problem.
Mm-hmm.
This happens at every level of class, every level of rich and rags and royalty. This happens with people like Meghan Markle.
Mm-hmm.
This happens with your friend down at the trailer park with Billy Bob, Billy Joe, Billie Jean, and Ephraim. This happens in the hood with Dijon, Dejanay, and Dejani. And this happens with even the most purebred, white as the driven snow Southern belles. This happens everywhere in the world, in every single walk of life. This is just one example in the US. How many more exist everywhere else in the world?
Yeah. How many people don't have the money Johnny Depp has to defend themselves, to get the right lawyers?
And then even with the right lawyers, even knowing the truth,
Mm-hmm.
still get fucking canceled.
Right. Yeah.
No one listened. No one cared. Fuck him. He's an abuser. He has to be. Look at him. All smug. With that goddamn money. With that fucking mustache. Cancel him. Cancel him. Every single last one. And now, how many of those same people got egg on their face? But they refused to say, you know what? You're right. I got caught up in it.
Yeah.
I can count them on my hand.
Yeah, there's one very high profile one I would have been picking on Twitter. A certain Star Wars fan who looks like they're perpetually caught in the deadlights.
I can
Who's
think.
obsessed with defending Amber, saying, "Oh, he severed his own finger to frame her." The Last Jedi was great, by the way. Sorry, I need to be mature.
Oh, I can think one right now. He's a person who likes to change his mind about a product when it no longer is making him money, when it's politically expedient and financially lucrative to do so. A man who sells his wife's nudes on Twitter. We're not even sure if it's his wife. They just might be boyfriend and girlfriend really deep and just actually thinks it's his waifu. A person who one could say lives in his parents' underground room. A basement, one could call it. One could call that parent his mother. Living in his mother's basement. Mother's basement.
I get
it. Oh God. Oh, fuck me.
I think when it comes to celebrities and abuse and shit, like, I think what makes it more insidious is that they know it's happening. It's just either they're afraid their career is going to get fucked up. Like, they more worried about how it's going to affect them than anything else. They're fucking cowards. There's none of them, like, there's no, like, I think there's only like a couple people who stood up for Johnny Depp. I think one of them was Doug Stanhope, who's one of his friends, that comedian, and oh shit, you know what? That's kind of the only person I can think of right now.
Yeah.
I want to say names, but I don't know their actual stance on it.
Like, well, actually, Winona Ryder basically, like, she was asked about it a while back, and she basically called, like, low key called Amber Heard a fucking liar. She was like, "Look, that motherfucker didn't abuse me. He's not like that. That's not his nature. Da, da, da. Now I'm only speaking from my experience. Wink, wink."
Yeah.
But she basically said Amber Heard's a lying bitch. Like, honestly. But that's what people should have been doing in the first fucking place. Looking at past relationships, like with Winona and that French chick, the one he had a daughter with,
Yeah,
and examine that shit. This is like, if abusers just don't start abusing people.
Like this,
Like,
it's like a serial killer in puppies. They don't just start with humans. Right. They explored that shit. They manifested that. They had themselves a whole anime villain arc. It's just that, yeah.
Yeah, so if you have, like, Winona Ryder's telling you, basically telling you, he ain't like that. And if neither of his ex-wives or ex-girlfriends, whatever, have come out and said, "Oh yeah, this motherfucker, he's a piece of shit," then maybe you should fucking look at that and take that as a fucking sign.
Yeah.
He ain't abusing anybody.
Yeah.
But he's not like that. But you got this bitch who's got a history of smacking her fucking ex-girlfriend upside the head, and no one examines that shit. People just flat out ignore it. People are like,
But Jay, we can only listen and believe one woman at a time. Too many of them, and we blow our brains up. You can't listen and believe two women saying two different things. It just goes all against it. It just goes all the way against it. Clearly, someone has to be lying.
Yeah, plus they were dykes. They're basically guys anyway.
They're just men with softer hair. Oh, God. I'm getting scared. Every single time I have to stop and start, it's like, do we want to go back in? But we have to go back in.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, there's something else too. 100% Hollywood does not give a shit. Because there's two sides of Hollywood. So I say this as a person who used to live in Hollywood. Because, like, I lived in California in the 90s. Like, the good part of the 90s. Like, that 100% sweet, homogenized Mighty Morphin Power Rangers 90s. The fucking pants, the pastels, all of it. I remember sitting up nights watching the news, and then the next day going immediately to the publicity sites. They don't give a shit. The Hollywood executives, the Academy of Film Sciences, and a couple of the unions like SAG-AFTRA and BAFTA, they don't really give a shit. This shit goes above them because they care about the pedigree. But how many of the people that run, like, the publicity sites, like the actual on-the-ground paparazzos, the people who would be the ones to report said abuse, How many of them do you think know for a fact that he's fucking innocent, but they were told to their face, bury this story. We need to get the clicks. Dead ass, I know it happens.
Yeah, and like that's the thing. Like you think that a man being abused, and like it turns out her crazy ass. You'd think that would be more click worthy. Like, oh, like this bitch is crazy. Like, cause you know how the paparazzi do. Sometimes they fucking antagonize people to get a reaction out of them. They did that shit with They were This was a long time ago where Rebecca Romaine Stamos, like she was at a fucking elevator about to go somewhere, and this paparazzi jerk ass was yelling shit at her. It's like, oh, no wonder your fucking husband left you. It's like he was yelling shit at her, like trying to provoke a reaction. I'm like, okay, so wait, why don't you just? Well, I'm thinking, thinking like a paparazzi, a scumbag paparazzi person. Why not attack the crazy one and provoke them?
Right.
To get more clicks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's right up Hollywood's alley. They have Twitter to do it, because that's all they use it for. There are quite literally there are so many accounts dedicated to just harassing people on a regular basis. And not just Trump, just regular individual people. And some people do it for free. And they consider it a job.
Yeah.
Oh, man. It's like, there used to be people who gave a shit, and even there are still even some actors who give a shit. But I imagine a majority of the people who want to comment on this, like people like Anthony Mackie. Anthony Mackie, oh god, I love him so goddamn much. He is like, he's on the shit, because I remember watching all of his interviews for Black and White, and how eloquently he spoke about the concepts of it. And it was something, it was one of, he said a lot of things, on top of Jaheim. That man loves Jaheim. He was explaining to the interviewee that he was talking to. It was this half white, half black lady, and he was explaining the reason why he chose to do the movie. And it was two of the lines that he had, which was, the first one was, "You validate everything that they say about us, and it's not your first thought that makes you a racist, it's your second, your third, and your fourth. Because it all has to do with how you choose to converse with people, and communicate, and handle situations." He then went on to give a good example about it, because of the fact that, you know, white versus black, men and women having racism, people choosing to claim offense where there is none, and even people who won't allow those of us of the non-melanated skin color, like Chad Moore, to have an ability to speak. Because how can you? Like, we don't have to explain ourselves. We know it. We know it when we see it. That old dumbass porn standard that people try to apply to everything in this world is not as black and white, haha, that people choose to claim that it has to be. Because people are like this about everything now. There is no thought. There is no second guess. It's just, well, that's how it's always been. How could it be wrong?
Right.
You mean that they could have, that they could lie? Who would do such a thing? Go on the internet and lie? Impossible.
Yeah.
Inconceivable.
Yeah, it's mostly like, if it's the terrifying thought that is like, if I'm wrong about like this Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing, if I'm wrong about, okay, so men are able to be abused, right? So if that's correct, that means maybe I did something in the past to a man that could be considered abuse, or like maybe I enabled an abuser at one point, or maybe I did this, or maybe I did that, and they would have to actually look at themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
For the first time in their fucking life.
Yeah,
and it's terrifying for certain people.
It's pretty much the Joker effect, I believe. There's probably a word for it, but quite literally, it's the Joker effect. All of those people for weeks, quite literally months on end, harassing the production, harassing Joaquin, harassing Todd Phillips. You're going to enable violence. You're going to inspire violence. You're going to do blah, 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 blah. Next thing you know, the only thing that happened at most of the showings, some people got kicked out. They were rowdy. They were overly excited. I think there was maybe one person who went in like with a paper mask or something. Next,
yeah, there was like a fucking headline because somebody was smoking in a theater and got kicked out.
Mm-hmm.
They were so
That was one of them.
desperate
That was
for-
one of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then there was that, I think there was like a picture of a person who either put it up there or it was like a theater that said, please, we would prefer that you not come into this showing if you are alone. We will not admit single men that come to the showing of Joker. Some shit like that. And I remember doing the news report myself. There were people who were creating like image captchas or memes or complete fabrications of like macro images of, if you're gonna go to the Joker screening, be aware that you're probably gonna die. Don't go in. Don't show up to the. You need to go up in makeup. Have costumes. Don't go in with your girlfriend, or else you're going to rile them up and make them violent. And I remember because there was even a message sent out, not to all of like the army bases, but just specifically one. I think it was Fort Knox or somewhere in like Miami or Florida or something. Because of course it was fucking Florida. Where they were like, listen, we got some news reports that there's going to be some people going to the places and in costumes and shit. Just be on the lookout and be aware. No cause for concerns, no need for alarm. All this should happen. But ultimately, all this perspectiveness of violence, all the shit that somebody like fucking Heather Ontos, a fucking writer for Marvel, is fucking scolding people about, quoting someone else's argument, not her own argument, someone else's argument, only to block a whole bunch of people on Twitter when she gets clowned about it. All of that, no violence. Not a single stitch. Not even a fist fight. But Frozen 2... Chocolata! We wildin' out here with machetes and shit! How? How does it happen? Maybe it's because they wanted something that didn't happen. Or maybe it's just because all those sick, toxic white men just stayed inside and torrented it off of the internet. I don't know. Maybe they contained it to themselves and just had themselves a wank indoors. Who knows? Maybe they were one of the people who just they were gonna go see it. They wanted to go see it after it was cheap because the incels, they don't have enough money. They went out to the theater. Hey, Brendan Minnerman, thanks for subscribing. They went out to the theaters, and they went and they thought, oh, it's too expensive. I'm gonna wait until it's on the internet, or I'm just gonna wait till it gets reviewed. And they were all incelled up. They had their dolls. They had their cracking whips, to whip the women, of course. And they turned it on. They turned on the computer to start to just load it up and have themselves a good old wank fest. But then they saw a take. They saw the Sardarnicast's episode about the Joker. They watched Ralph, the movie maker's take on the Joker. And like, what is this? I no longer have the hatred in me. I've been saved. Santa Maria, hallelujah. Like, is that how they think it's supposed to go? I don't know, but the way that they acted, that clearly had to be what they wanted.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was halfway expecting, like, Booby Bob to just get up with a rifle and just go start shooting people in the street. Like, we know he hates, we know he wants that future, guys. Who's, like, I don't know, but don't put it past him. Fuck, man. Let's get back into it.
Shit sliver of fucking, like, you are in this whether it is good or bad. Whether it is good or bad. Down and up. Lows and highs. Tough and easy.
Here again, saying he doesn't stay and fight with her. He leaves. He removes himself from hostile environments, in her words, every single time you split at the top or beginning of a fight. But
Good.
I thought he beat her whenever she questioned him or at the drop of a hat. Also notice how much she doesn't want to talk about her abusing him, saying this is not about a fight, but rather the broad subject of him leaving when a fight starts. And you may have caught on, she uses the terms needing safety. You'll realize as this progresses, she's referring to not physical safety, but the safety that the relationship and Johnny are not going anywhere, and she wants to be confident he won't leave, but rather stay and fight through the bad times.
You got the tapes, let me hear them. Send me the fucking recordings. Just text them to me.
I don't know how else to say I will to you. I haven't, because we have not been well. We have not been good. When I fucking move out, if I move out, then you'll have them, and you can fucking relish them. You won't fucking like it, what you hear. Won't make you happy. But you'll hear what I'm telling you. That was after Toronto.
Yeah, that's when we came back here.
I know where we
Toronto,
were.
Boston, here.
I know where we were. We've been on the road basically since Australia, and I have been at your side, and I have not been filming a movie.
Well, we were on our honeymoon. I hope you were at my side.
I'm not talking about.
Quick note. It's not important, but when they were in Australia, do you remember when they smuggled in dogs and they had to genuflect in front of the Australian government so that they didn't get arrested? Am I the only one that remembers that?
No, I don't remember that.
I don't either, no.
Hold on, let me look it up. Johnny Depp. Dog smuggling. That's not how you spell Amber Heard. Ah, here it is. Amber Heard, Johnny Depp issue apology in Australian dog smuggling. Interesting. Okay, so that did happen, and there's the dogs. Those two things.
Okay, I remembered something vaguely about, like, they tried to, like, take their dogs with them to Australia, and it was illegal or something, and...
Yeah, they had to
Okay,
genuine flex in front of the government so that they didn't get fucking arrested. It's not relevant to this, but I just remembered it just now. Because,
Yeah.
like, I remember, like, is this not a case example of him being by your side over something that you care about? Over something he cares about? Because, like, if the fighting happened in multiple places, because they were multiple places, like, they were in Toronto, so they were in Canada, they were here in the US, they were overseas and abroad in Australia, all of those times are going to be cases of violence that we don't know about. These are just the ones we know about that they're discussing. Was she beating the shit out of him during this too? I don't know. I have no clue, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
But it makes you think, don't it?
Yep.
To honey.
Oh my lord.
Now am I? I'm talking about many months. And was it all the honeymoon? No. I have been at your side throughout it all. You said, why did you come to Rio? And I answered you. I would love for it to be better. I have no fucking consistency, no safety, no security. The relationship is something you don't fight for, you don't stand up for, you always run from when it's tough. I'm telling you, I need more. We didn't say vows. You didn't make them exactly in that way, you know, but now is a fucking time. I need to know if you're going to be there. I want promises. I told you that at the beginning of this conversation. I need promises you're going to fucking be there.
Do you hear those crocodile tears? Because I do.
Yeah.
Also, interesting. I need validation. I need to know that you're going to be there. You didn't say the vows. She started to say, you didn't say the vows that I wanted. And she changed it to, you didn't say them the way that I would have liked. Here's a question.
She blames him.
Mm-hmm.
She blames him for leaving when the relationship gets tough, with zero acknowledgement that she's the entire reason it's tough. You know?
Yeah.
Here's a question. Where's his validation that you're not gonna fucking give him 10 rounds on fight night? Why do you need validation? Just you. Specifically just you. You want to know that he's gonna stay there and fight for you, but he has to walk into a fog of war? Every single time you ask him a question, he has no idea if that's just gonna set you off.
Yeah.
So he has to go forward and give you the promises that he has to walk on eggshells, while you can just march around in the castle, ordering his head off like the Red Queen. over any slight at any time for any reason. When you decide, not specifically situations where both of you agree, okay, I was wrong, you were wrong. No. You get to decide the terms, you get to decide the time, you get to decide the place of the duel, the weapons, of which he clearly gets none. He's got his arms tied behind his back. And you just get to have free shots on him the entire time it happens. While also telling him, you never did it the way that I wanted you to. At what point does he get that reassurance? Because this is an adult question that everybody needs to have now. Is it okay when women do this to men? And also, is this okay when it happens to women? Obviously, the answer for both of this would be no. But very clearly, we have to decide how much abuse is abuse really. Because this is abuse. This is perfect case example of gaslighting, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yep.
So how much is abuse really? Feels like I'm asking how old is 15 really, but really I am. Like, this happens everywhere. I'm pretty sure each and every one of us here and every member in this audience has experienced this. I know one of the people in my audience has experienced it because I've listened to him tell me about it. I'm not going to say his name because that'd be blasting him. But everybody's experienced it at some point in their life. Like, pretty sure Johnny's hit his point of fuck it a long time ago after this if he's walking away from every situation. But ask for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine right now, this is your partner, male or female. You change Amber Heard into a man if you want to, I don't care. In your mind, close your eyes. Imagine this is you in Johnny's shoes. Would you take this shit? Would you fight for this? Is this your queen?
Yeah.
I'm sure for some people in the audience, they're like, hell yeah, take this. Shit! Oh, she looking like that. Bruh, I licked peanut butter off her toes with the jelly in my mouth!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I've seen them. I've seen them, Simps. I've seen them! And there's probably plenty enough of some lipstick lesbians and maybe some butch lesbians too. Like, hell yeah, let her talk to me like that. But she'd know who's king or queen in the sack. Or shit, she thinks she crazy. She hadn't even seen crazy. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of people along those spectrums, and that's okay for you to have. You'll do you, boo boo. But I'm not taking no boo boos from this lady. Hell no.
Yeah, exactly.
Hell no. I would
also like volatile and manipulative and whatever. Sure, you can enter into these relationships, but you can't blame someone who's not this way for not wanting to be treated this way, you know?
I would rather have the ugliest woman on this planet, certifiably by a panel of judges, crafted in a biolab with the soul of a goddess, than this. This is the definition of hell. This is marital hell. Ugh, I just got a fucking shudder over my body. Amber Heard is my wife. Oh God, I'd rather hang myself. I would jump out of a window. I would probably jump into a moving train if I had to listen to that. Because this is just her verbally berating you over something in a conversation. Imagine a day. Imagine a day living this. That's a nightmare. You get up in the morning, you open your eyes, you wake up next to that. She's just staring at you. Hi, honey. How'd you sleep? You want me to make you breakfast? Sure. What do you want? I like some pancakes. You know, I think I'd rather have some waffles, but I like some pancakes. No, we're having waffles. Okay, I'm gonna go make them. Bye. From dusk to dawn. That's you. Could you even make it 24 hours? Could you even make it through the first half of the day? And I ain't talking about like, oh, well, you just have to live through it. And like, no, no, no. You both are staying at the house for 24 hours. Do whatever the hell you think you want to at whatever period of time, as it pleases you. Sex or not included, involved. But you, them, 24 hours. Could you do it? Would you want to? Would you even try? Would your brain turn off halfway through? Because I'm pretty sure, if it was me, my brain would turn off right around waffles. Because it's just like, oh, this shit again. Because I know, because I had an abuse experience like this with someone. I know that they could recognize when I had given up in a conversation. They could hear it in my voice. And it pissed them off something fierce. So I know, for someone like Amber Heard, who's very, very linguistically a nice 3 black belt in bitch foo, she recognizes when this is happening. And she would probably do it to any person it happened to. And this is what she does to the men. Imagine if she did it to a woman. Imagine if there was a woman crazier than Amber Heard and she ended up breaking up with them. Imagine where she actually got this shit from if it wasn't just learned behavior from her environment.
Yeah.
This brings us back to the conversation. How much abuse is abuse really? At what point does it become, it's not a man thing or a woman thing? When does it just become that person's an asshole? When is it not, oh, it's not, I'm just a victim. I'm just trying to fight and survive. I'm just trying to live my life. When does it become that you recognize, oh, I'm not pew-secured. I'm just an asshole. And that's okay. You can be the most toxic fucking definition of Eminem's love the way you lie at you want to. But, like, when do you throw in the towel and say, okay, I see where I've gone wrong? Because Amber Heard still hasn't seen it. She recognizes it. She hears it. She's hearing what her partner's telling her. But it's still, I need you to do this for me. No questions asked. Because I need it. Because I said. Fuck you and your feelings. I don't know.
I feel like she's gonna do this shit to the wrong person one day. And they go knock her the fuck out.
I feel like she's already done it. I feel like she already had the moment she's like, okay, I picked someone who's too crazy. Let me pick somebody who's weaker. Somebody who's got that weak will that I can bully around. Let me wrap myself around their waist and their finger and eventually get them to do what I want. And then I'm gonna get them. I feel like that's her. I feel like that's her plan. I feel like that's what she was trying to do. Getting some really deep Meghan Markle vibes. Because, like, Meghan Markle did the exact same thing. All of the members of Buckingham Palace, every single one of her old Hollywood friends from the cast of Suits, especially the one who got her introduced to the prince, she did this shit too. Not a single person inside of Buckingham Palace liked her. So, next thing she does is, I want to leave. So she takes her and him away, renounces their titles, but doesn't give back any of the money. You know, money paid to renovate the house they're currently living in Canada, where they're going to live it up in the lap of luxury, now that she's acquired everything. Not a damn thing done changed, but the goddamn locks in the house she's living in. Behavior's still toxic as get out. But she doesn't have to care about that anymore, because she's above. She's ascended from just being a regular celebrity to now royalty. I feel like Amber Heard's one of those girls who has that same idea of, I'm gonna find a way by hook or crook to make it. What is the archetype of that? Oh, Jolene's. I think that's what it's called. Jolene. Yeah. The Dolly Parton song that they also made into a movie. Which, by the way, is also ironic because holy shit, that actress did that shit too. I can't recall her name. Jessica Chastain. She did that shit too. I remember this. I made a tweet about this. She said something to the effect of, it was during the Game of Thrones. It was during Game of Thrones, right? She made a tweet about, you shouldn't have a person like this, like the character of Sansa Stark, go from being said broken bird because she's always been strong like that because characters have to be written strong. And I said something to the effect of, okay, so when you first got your break in your career with you starring in Jolene, why didn't you say that shit back then? Here we go. Right here. Jessica, do you remember the film that you were the lead for in 18, a seminal film that detailed the life of the titular character who experienced love, heartbreak, rape, and emotional stunting, one which was responsible for the increased buzz of your film brand, after she said, rape is not a tool to make a character stronger, a character doesn't need to be victimized in order to become a butterfly, the little bird, hashtag little bird, was always a phoenix, her prevailing strength is solely because of her, and her alone. That shit. This is some shit we have to have a conversation about. Because the entire idea behind this is the exact shit happening here with her. Because it's opinions that we choose to put out that we don't think about.
Yeah.
In messaging, in marketing, in writing, in entire stories that we tell ourselves, in like the life experience of a person that supposedly makes it real and true because they had once experienced it. And that's not denying people's reality, you know? That's not denying your life experience, because there are plenty of people who have lived through abuse. I'm pretty sure everybody here has at least a case example. Abuse of love, bullying in high school, self-abuse, you know, denying your own successes, you know, imposter syndrome, whatnot. At what point do you tell yourself, maybe it's not as bad as I think it is? Maybe if I change something, it'll be better. I'm not sure if people are willing to have that conversation. Because what is Me Too, and what is believe all victims, and what is believe her, and what is persecuting people by attacking people on word of one person alone and never questioning the evidence, other than denying the very understanding that comes with knowing that people can be wrong, and that people can learn and change, but also refusing to accept that they're a person. Because that's denying personhood. Where supposedly things can never be anything but one way.
Yeah.
Someone's got to have that conversation. I mean, we're having it right now, but it's just 3 of us. We want to have that conversation as a group of people. Somebody has to say it. And it has to be a woman who says it. Because if a man says this, they're going to be ignored.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has to be one of those woke fucking Twitterati's that has to say it. You know? Get a Bette Midler. You get, God, I love Bette Midler as an actress, but as a person, she's, Twitter. But it has to be someone like Bette Midler. It has to be someone like Saria Roseo. It has to be someone it has to be someone like Lizzo. It has to be someone like any of the millions of models that choose to then go into activism. It has to be an Ashley Judd. Someone, one of them, needs to get up on a podium and say, let's stop abusing people for no fucking reason. And the second that they say it, the mob's gonna sick themselves on them. Because that's not what they want to hear.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, I'm gonna be back in like 5 seconds. I'm gonna let it play for a moment. And when I come back, you let me know if you have something you want to add.
Alright.
I'll be right back.
All right.
And he promises that this is important. I'm telling you, I need more. We didn't say vows. You didn't make them exactly in the same, in that way, you know, but But now is the fucking time. I need to know if you're gonna be there. I want promises. I told you that at the beginning of this conversation. I need promises you're gonna fucking be there. I need promises that this is important to you. Not when it's easy, when it's hard too. This is something you'll fight for. That this is something that's sacred, that neither of us throw out every fight. I can't be the only one to hold the promises. I was in Toronto and it fucked me over. I can't be the only one. You can't be the only one. If I split on you, all those times that I thought about doing it, we would not be here. And I stayed, and it's tougher. You know, that's stronger. I'm stronger. It is easy to run. It is easy to run away from problems. We'll never work out anything. You can't run away every fight. You can't. It's easy. It's not brave. It's not strong. It's harder to say to somebody, I want to work this out. I want to face what I have. I want to face what you have. I want to work it out with you. You're not working it out. You're running away, and then you make me be the bigger person every single time and come to you and knock on the door and come to this house and say, hey, we're married. It's supposed to be sacred. Calm down. Calm down.
I made you.
Yes, by default. If you're never the one to do it, one of us is, and I'm the one to do it every time. It means I'm the bigger person every time. It means I have to be the strong one. It means every time I have to fight for our relationship, and you get to be not, you get to be lazy, you get to be cowardly. I don't know what it is.
What are you here for? What do you need me for?
Once again, I am fighting for the relationship.
With a guy that you don't fucking trust or like? Why?
I did not say I didn't like you.
Yes!
I love you.
Get in her ass, Johnny!
I remember what I said at the beginning. I'm sorry you feel like you can't imagine it. But I said this to you at the beginning of this conversation. I said, you're my favorite person in the whole world. If you weren't the most magnetic, shiny, beautiful, interesting, dynamic person I had ever met in my life, it would be so easy to walk away from this bratty thing that you do.
Untrustworthy.
Did you hear what I just said? Yeah. I said I can't trust. I can't trust. That's not meaning you're untrustworthy. It means that we've created a situation. And I'm telling you what you do to create it too. We've created a situation in which there cannot, trust can't grow. It's like, it's trampled every single time, and we need a marriage. That's why I sat down. Do you not remember me sitting down at the very beginning of this conversation and saying just that to you? Saying, I know you got married for security and for safety. So did I. We did not get married because it was something that we're doing, you know, because it was something we could walk away. We wanted the foundation. No?
Yes, I wanted to make you my wife.
Yes, but you could just have me as your girlfriend if you didn't want the foundation. And you told me, and maybe you go back on it now. Fine, okay, cool. Lie about that. I don't know. You told me you wanted a foundation. You told me you wanted the security. You wanted the safety. You liked the foundation. At the beginning, you said, I really like having that. It feels safe. So don't argue with me when I say it now.
I'm not arguing with you.
Oh, yeah, but you had to pick it apart.
By saying because I loved you and you're my wife? I wanted you to be my wife? That's picking it apart?
No.
Then how did I pick it apart?
I don't want to do this. I don't want to fight about a fight. I want to fight about the semantics. I want to
How come when I come up with a point, you can't answer it? You don't want, or suddenly you don't want to answer it?
What am I not answering? Because I want to fight about this new thing? No, I don't want to. I said you wanted the safety and security, and you stopped me, you interrupted me, and then you said, what? Because because I wanted to have you as my...
I didn't interrupt you. You asked me, right? You said, right?
I meant you interjected. I meant you said. You said. How about that? See, now, is this better? I answered you. I addressed what you're saying. Now, can we please not fight about that?
And I said, because I love you.
You said loved.
Talking about a fucking event that's past tense. If I used loved, my apologies. It doesn't mean I don't love you now.
See how much she actually does pick apart the things he says, or sometimes even doesn't say. Kind of like the whole.
I gotta pause it here, because I needed to point out two things. Well, more than two things, but at least two things. Because we've been hitting her hard on this, and now I need to hit Johnny on this.
Mm-hmm.
Marrying someone to establish security in a relationship is where you fucked up, dog.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, because I had a question about that, because he was with the model woman his 2 kids are with. He was with her for like 15 years? I think his son and daughter are like probably teenagers now. And I was wondering about that. Like, why did he meet this woman and marry her when the lady he was with before, who I hated as like a middle schooler because I was jealous, so I know a lot about her. Why didn't he marry her? And that explains it, because it was such an unstable thing that, he needed to feel like there was some kind of security. And yeah, that's the stupidest thing. That's the
Yeah.
stupidest reason to marry somebody. It's not going to fix anything.
Yeah, I guess he thought he could chill her out, you know. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. Some people have a baby to
Mm-hmm.
fix a relationship. Like, oh, maybe we have something else to focus on.
Yeah.
We won't be going at each other.
Yeah.
You know, there's like some women they'll suggest getting a dog because dogs are
Yeah.
basically like children, and they'll try
You're
to
not gonna like
gauge.
hit somebody in front of your dog and you feel like a monster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But then it was the other thing that she did because I wasn't there for the top of it because I had to go get some water because my throat is dry. But her what was she? I gotta go back for a bit. And I don't know where she said it, but there's a bit where she's comparing him to. I think she said it was this bratty thing that you do, but I don't think that's the word she wanted to use. She said bratty thing that you do instead of bratty thing that you are. And she was using a multiple amount of like adjectives to describe him and his behavior. So it makes me ask a question. Does she view him as two things at once? As like this example of this shining golden god that he was, and then this pathetic thing that he's being? Is she making him into a Jerry in her head? Is that what's happening?
It sounds like she's like trying to placate him by telling him that he is the Johnny Depp that everybody in the world sees him as, while like ridiculing him for being the broken man that she made him into.
If so, that is some. You have gone beyond my expectations of what I thought I was going to see, Miss Heard. You went from conniving evil woman to fucking she-devil.
Yeah.
How dare you be broken? Now take my foot out of your ass. We're leaving.
Yeah.
Boy. Ooh. That adds that's dark. That's a dark dimension from which not even the heart of the cards can escape from.
And she's so articulate. She uses so many big words,
Oh
so
yes.
much like terminology
Yes.
that her like $1 million a year therapists have told her.
She's
She's
fucking
such a
poetic.
fast talker. She's so fucking manipulative. It's insane.
Yeah. You can tell she used to be a hick. Because like she likes to throw like psychology and shit at him, and like you said, like she throws around big words and shit. You can tell she used to be a fucking dumbass at one point, and because and she speaks like she's hot shit because of the connections and how she got up to this point.
Yeah.
You said that she was from Texas. Do you remember what part?
Mm-hmm.
Like where? Like Dallas, Texas?
Shit, I don't know. All I heard is that she was from Texas, but I assume that she's from one of those. She's a hick. That she's one of those. She's one of those. I used to live in a trailer type chicks. That's what I assume. But you can look it up because I could be completely fucking wrong.
But yeah, it's like she mentions one phrase she read in a Psychology Today article, and like with the fuel behind it, she thinks she's a genius. She thinks she has won like the battle of the ages.
Mm-hmm.
I'm finally happy that Johnny fucking started counterpunching.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's so refreshing. Like it's great to hear him say it.
One part, this is one part where he gets kind of bold and shit. Like he starts because there was this one event of abuse where like he was trying to get away from her by hiding in the bathroom, but like she kind of like fighting him for the door and shit, trying to open it up, and she stubbed her toes and shit, and she she itemized that as like one of the many times he was abusive because she stubbed her fucking toes. So anyway, he throws that back at her. He's like, how's your toes? How's your toes? He starts taunting her with it.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's fire right there.
Yeah.
Oh man, now I really want to hear Johnny Depp tell stand up. One day. Let's see here. Emmerich, Texas. That's not how you spell Texas. Oh, never mind. Oh, she is from Austin, Texas.
Okay.
Passion for acting led her to drop out of high school at the age of 17.
Yeah.
Later moved to Los Angeles to work as a model and actress. And her first acting role was the pilot of the 2004 television show Jack and Bobby.
I think I've heard of that. Yeah. That was on NBC or some shit.
Let's see here. What
Interesting.
what ethnicity is Amber Heard? She is American. Alright. Where did she go to school? St. Mike. Oh, fuck me! She went to a Catholic school!
Oh, damn.
Oh, fuck me! Oh, I understand everything now! I understand everything now!
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we got her.
Oh, she's one of those! Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there is two types of people in this world. There are people who go to private schools and people who have heard of private schools. I have gone to private schools. And let me tell you, the people there are either crazy, horny, or both. It's just a side effect of being cooped up. I do believe that Amber may be a splicing of both.
Yeah. Well, hey, you heard Johnny say something like she was saying you need to be at my side, and he said something like, "Well, I hope you were at my side at our honeymoon." Was that implying that she was cheating on him already? Like during their goddamn honeymoon? Because that's strongly what that implied to me. You know?
That
Yeah, and it's like
that's
like,
rough,
Johnny,
buddy.
You knew that. Why? Why
Buddy,
did you
buddy.
continue with this war?
Oh, buddy, that's rough.
Yeah.
Like, I can understand him thinking that she could be cheating with other people. Like, throw Billy Bob Thornton out the goddamn window. Who cares? The fact that you even think that she's stepping on you.
Right.
Just go. Just walk out of your house, go to the nearest bar, and say, I will give you your entire wage for a year for a single night if you listen to me talk about my problems. And pour me everything from the top shelf. You will probably find a better wife doing that at least 5 bars. Oh, my lord. Oh, that hurts my soul.
Yeah, that's awful. I mean, that's what it sounded like to me. That sounded like he was implying that, you know?
Yeah.
And what really hurts is if she went to a Catholic school, what kind of fucking Christian or Catholic are you? Are you only Christian when it's Dior? Is that what it is, Amber? Oh!
Yeah, it's sickening. Oh my god, I'm doing my self-soothing fucking exercises, man. This is really irritating.
Breathe in and breathe out. And scream internally.
Yeah.
Oh. There's not enough alcohol. I wish that this water was alcohol, but there's not enough alcohol. Ah, fuck me.
You said loved when he said love part. but then accuses him of picking it all apart. She says she doesn't want to fight about the very things she's trying to verbally beat him down about, this time using guilt and then love bombing him to subdue him before telling him again what he is doing or saying is wrong. At least that's how I'm hearing it.
My whole point, you had, I don't know, an issue with, is that you love me. Yes, you married me, though, because you wanted some safety, some security, some stability, a foundation. Of course I want that with you. It's why I'm married to you. But I need the safety, I need the security, I need the boundaries, and I think you... Could you not agree?
The boundaries?
The same things.
So,
But when you start flipping out, and I can't get a word in, and it's you know, manic and angry, well, what the fuck, Amber?
I get angry. I'm human.
Hey, she gets angry. She yells. She hits him. It's human. Let her be human. Notice who the voice of reason here is, saying that he doesn't want to be there and go through it, and because he just doesn't want to fight, which in turn makes her even more angry because apparently that's what she wants him to stay and do, to fight and stop running, even telling her alleged abuser that he isn't brave or strong by leaving, but she is by fighting. Her words, not mine.
Just try. Let's both try. If there's anger, if there's something fucking really fucking poking us in the ass, let's try. Try not to fucking fight. Try to address it without jumping down each other's throats, because all that's gonna do is build a mountain of fucking resentment, some species of fucking hatred within the love, and
Yes, Johnny, yes.
totally fucking mistrust, because you say you don't trust me. I get it, okay. I'm flake, I'm a this, I'm a that.
I didn't
All
say
right.
as a person. I was speaking specifically about I don't trust the marriage. I don't trust you. I don't feel safe with it because you always fucking bail on it.
Well, then
That's sick.
I don't know, you know.
I want the trust back. I don't. You can deflect all you want. Say it's my fault. Say how dare I get angry at you ever. Whatever.
What the fuck do you mean deflect? It is your fault.
He never said don't get angry ever. It's amazing how she injects all this nonsense that he never said into...
He just even elaborated his own fault, and her immediate response was to dismiss it. I didn't say it to you like that. I meant it like as a person. How the fuck did you mean it? Like caterpillar?
Yeah.
Like a slug?
Yeah, like he said, I'm not saying don't get angry. I'm just saying I don't want your outbursts to end up me having no penis. That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I don't want to be Lorena Bobbitt as a result of your anger.
Yeah.
You crazy bitch. That's what I'm saying.
It really hurts too when she goes to the I get angry. I'm human. No. Humans get angry. You become the embodiment of the phoenix. All life tapping, absorbing, and everything.
Yeah.
Shit, she should have probably been in that film.
I mean, how can you look at that? How can you look at that picture of Johnny Depp's fucking finger with a big, like a fucking hole in? And I'm not talking about like, oh, it's just a little. It's a hole. He has a hole in his goddamn finger, and
It's
be like,
like
oh, well,
yeah, a baby
Yeah,
carrot
you-
somebody ate or something.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How can you look at that and be like, oh, he's not getting abused? Like, no, she's not a problem. It's all him. No.
I have seen people who saw that and they're like, come on now, Carl. That's not true. She didn't physically do that to him. It was a champagne bottle that exploded.
And what hand was it that threw it at him to where it exploded on his hand?
Right.
You fucking moron!
Oh my god.
Oh man, Do you remember when I was showing you both the pieces of the footage of when he was in the hospital explaining to the small girl how he lost his finger?
Yeah, yeah.
That's really hard to watch.
Because you look at the little girl and it seems like she kind of knows it's not like he's bullshitting. It's like she kind. I don't know. It's kind of real. I just looked over at her when he was saying that and it just looked like she.
Like you could see the wheels in her head. Like, but wait,
Yeah.
you chewed it off? He's just like, yeah. I just got hungry and I just nibbled it. I just nibbled it right off. Because I don't think he wanted to even like begin to explain. Like, now listen, little girl. There are cameras here, but I need you to know how crazy this bitch is. Even then, Johnny's like, no, I can't tell them. I have to preserve the magic. They have to go pure. They have to be pure.
Yeah.
God, imagine if he has any more kids and he has to explain this shit to them. Because in the footage later, he says, how do I explain this shit to them? Like, they come home and I have to, and they're just like, oh, so your dad beats women? Like, how do you even begin to explain that to a child? Just as a person. Like,
I mean, imagine if he had kids with her.
oh God.
Don't
Make me imagine that!
And imagine, like, her, because, you know, a bitch like that would go off on the kids and end up beating them. It's crazy as she is. Like, someone doesn't do what she wants, she just fucking severs their finger off.
Yeah.
Basically. So, yeah, you got that, and, like, it would get to the point where Johnny would have to beat her ass. Because, to defend the kid.
Yeah.
And then he would actually have to go to prison.
Like, more than likely what would happen is that if he's being as passive as he is here, to leave situations where he's being abused, he'd probably be sitting there like, I understand how angry she gets, but I don't want her hitting the kids. So he'll start sacrificing himself as the punching bag. And it'll eventually get to the point where she'll be so explosive at the kids that she'll lose her mind and try to almost kill him. And he'll have to take that blow, and he'll get hurt. He'll go to the hospital. He'll come back, and he'll just be sitting there lying in bed one day, eyes open, while she's just sleeping peacefully. The fucking hellion. And he's just like, I'm gonna really have to kill this bitch. I'm gonna... I'm laughing, but I'm not. But it's not funny.
Yeah.
Like, this is some real shit. There's people who have done this. I know people in this situation who have done this. Just sitting there at home, the life constantly being torn apart. My own brother is going through this with his baby mama. And my nephew and shit. They're on Valentine's Day. No, actually, no, not even that. I think it was Father's Day. Yeah, Father's Day. He's doing things in the house because this is when we're having to move out of a place. On Father's Day, she decides to throw a tantrum at him and beat his face in with drywall.
Oh my God.
Then he comes over to the house that we were living in at the time with his red shot bloody eye. And we're like, what happened to you? I'm like, oh, this was my Father's Day gift. She woke me up like this. He just played it off like it was normal. I know what my brother's like. My brother is like Amber Heard, but he's actually nice. It takes a lot for a man like that to get to the breaking point. I don't want to know what my brother would do to women if they were to piss him off enough. Because I grew up with him. I know what he did to me when I pissed him off.
Right.
I'd rather not see him go to jail. And honestly, I'd rather Johnny go to jail before he loses his spirit. Because imagine what he'll have to do if he got to that point. Where would it end? Who would even take his case? It'd be open and shut, because he'd have to think about that shit for a while. He'd have to think about. He'd have to think of the time. He'd have to think of the place. He'd have to premeditate where he's going to put the weapons he's going to need, the body armor. He'll have to predict. He'll have to have an anime moment where he predicts 10 steps ahead of her 15 steps. And then the worst part about it all is she's still, even when he's pointing out the fact that this is going on, she still is just, you need to do these things because I said. She's still harping on that. Boy. Oh boy.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
I'm telling you.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know what.
And sometimes I don't. I don't want to fucking be there and go through the shit. I don't, man. I don't.
I know.
I don't want to, because I don't want to fucking fight.
But it doesn't have to be one. It's not like I'm saying, hey, choose fight.
You just said I get mad, I'm gonna scream.
No, I didn't say that's always the case. I said, yeah, I'm mad. It happens. It happens.
Yes, I know. It happens often.
If you think I'm some fucking tyrant or bully, then don't fucking be with me. But don't sit here and insult me like I'm the fuck up because I have the
But you're
audacity.
the one saying that I'm the tyrant and the bully and at the same time the guy that runs away and
you run away every single fight.
Okay, so I mean, then what are you?
Then I'm not
doing
lying
with me?
about it.
Then what are you doing with me?
I already answered that. We went through this conversation literally 5 minutes ago. I answered this already 5 minutes ago.
You just said to me that I shouldn't be with you.
No, I said if
That's
you.
what I feel.
No, I said if I'm some, harping bully, which is what you make me sound like. Like I'm like constantly on you, making you feel bad. That's because that's what I do. And then you ignore everything. You take me for granted. You're ignoring everything that I do for you. You make me sound terrible. You talk about me in a terrible way. You do not fight for me. And then you want to sit here and make me sound so terrible to be around.
Fight for you?
You don't. Everything I've already explained.
No.
10 minutes before.
No, fight for you. I don't understand.
You never ever do the work. Put in the work. If we're arguing about something, you don't ever try to get to the bottom of it and figure out, make the peace. You want to make
wrap the bandages yourself.
You split.
Yeah.
You don't fight for me. You don't fight.
Keeps doing that. Oh boy. Here's another question for the audience. Who's supposed to do the work, per se? The man, the woman, or both together?
I mean, well, Johnny is like, he's way too passive. I think he needs to work on that. But like, the immediate problem is her, and she needs to take her ass some kind of anger management or whatever. Like, well, first is like the separation and divorce and getting the fuck out of there. The second thing is like, her going to anger management, seeing a fucking shrink to sort through that bag of crazy. Because honestly, like that, she is the biggest problem.
Yeah. It blows my mind how manipulative she is. It's genuinely astounding.
It keeps going back to the how much is abuse really, and when we get to have the conversation about who does the work, like the word of the day, everybody, is emotional labor. Who remembers that shit being pounded in 15 times a day, 24 times X? Every single movement. Women don't need to do the emotional labor. I don't have to do and suffer the emotional labor of having to work through your problems. It's not my job to do your emotional labor that goes unpaid and unappreciated and unrepresented. Why does Johnny have to go through the emotional labor of Amber Heard's freakouts? Why does she think that she needs to just do that to him?
Yeah, she's like one of those chicks who's like, oh, well, I'm not your mother. I mean, you have a mother. Like, she's done the work on you already. I shouldn't have to, like, mother you. All right, bitch, then why does he have to, like, fucking... Why does he have to fucking like fix all the fucking problems that your father did to you. Why does he
Right.
have to be your daddy and put your ass in timeout when you want to throw a tantrum, bitch? Like
Right.
it's two-way street here.
It goes back to the her comments of trying to praise him. If what she's implying here is that it's his job to do the emotional labor and babysit her ass and put her in check when she's stepping out of line, is is this her way of saying that she wants him to hit her? Like, I'm getting some very Chris Brown Rihanna vibes there. That's a whole thing. Cause like
Yeah.
there are talk I mentioned it earlier. Like, this is some real Eminem Love the Way You Live shit. Like, you're constantly stuck in a cyclone of toxic violence, but you like being there because you like the emotion that they give you. You know, the relationships where you get involved with a person that's very clearly not good for you, but you stay in that relationship because you would rather have the emotion because they make you feel something deep down in your guts, like sexually or otherwise. Like, if that's what gets your juices flowing, Amber, then Johnny's clearly not the right guy for you, and you're clearly not the right girl for him because he's a bit too chill for that. And if he wants to not be walked upon, he has to work on that. But if the thing that you want him to do is to fight you, like metaphorically or otherwise, is he the kind of guy you want? Are you sure you don't want some giant hulking muscle of a man that the first time you open your mouth, he just turns around and his bicep hits your chin and he's like, "Shut up, bitch. Come on. We gotta go to Pizza Hut." Like, what is it that you want? Do you want him to be violent with you and have the fights with you so that you can then go and say, "Well, he is abusive with me, but it's okay because reasons"? Or do you want him to go through the emotional labor of your fights, put up with your noxic toxins, and let his brain melt over time from your abuse? Only for you to then turn around and say, "Well, he puts up with me, but he's not acting like a man. A real man wouldn't let me push him around like that."
Yeah, and that does seem to be part of it. It seems like she's a huge source of her frustration is that he will not lower himself to her level. He won't do it. And that's what she's so upset about, you know?
Like, if he lowers himself to her level, he will end up doing the thing that she doesn't like, and then she'll throw a fight with him about it. And then she'll say, "You should know what the..." Oh, God, fuck. This is like the relationship problem cycle all over again. She'll throw a tantrum at him saying, "I'm so upset." "But, baby, what's going on?" "You should already... The fact that you don't understand why I'm mad is why I'm mad. But you don't even tell me. I shouldn't have to tell you." But what about that time where I told you? "I don't want to talk about that time that you told me. I want to talk about now. Now, Johnny."
Mm-hmm.
It's a fucking merry-go-round of insanity.
Yeah.
The only way that it probably ends is that she gets off, one way or another.
Yeah.
I feel like that probably could have been an answer here. In some twisted alternate reality situation, just one day he just picks her up, carries her to the bedroom, just breaks the bed frame. And then afterwards it's like, "What were we even fighting about, honey?" Maybe that's the answer. Maybe you have to pound the crazy out of her. I don't know. But who's crazy enough to take that in the sack?
Yeah. Long term, at least, yeah.
Like, women can't handle it, men can't handle it. Who can handle it? I don't know. I'm just spitballing. I'm just asking some questions, because apparently nobody asked her these questions either. Let's get back into it.
When there's a problem, you don't come to me, you don't make peace with me, you never extend an olive branch, you're never the bigger guy, you're never the one that's like, "Okay, I'm gonna put my own feelings aside for a second and say, this is bigger than us, let's stop fighting." You never are the one to come and knock on my door. You take me for granted.
It's not true. It's not true. I'm not the one who fucking throws fucking pots and
Those are different.
whatever
That's
the
different.
fucking else at me.
That's one does not negate the other. That's irrelevant. It's complete nonsense. Just because I throw pots and pans does not mean that you come and knock on the door. Just because there are vases does not mean that you come and knock on the door.
Really, I should just let you throw.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that. You're putting words in my mouth and then making non sequiturs.
I'm giving you a situation.
No, you're trying to justify how you don't or do come to the door.
No,
based
I'm
on whether I throw
justifying.
pots and pans. It's irrelevant.
No, I'm justifying how you seem to think that there's this cowardice in me that runs away and I don't fight for you.
And you're justifying that by saying I throw pots and pans? Okay, cool. Let's talk about everything you do wrong.
I'm not the one who fucking did that. I didn't.
So that makes sense. That's clear. Yeah.
The only time I ever threw anything at you was when you fucking threw the cans at me in Australia.
Why are you trying to justify who threw?
Oh, so she did abuse him in Australia. I was right.
Yeah.
Jay, did you have something you wanted to say there?
I was gonna say, I'm just gonna like say something like mocking, like the existence of vases does not negate what. Like, no, I'm not saying the existence of vases. I'm saying you fucking busted me over the fucking head. But that's different. That's fucking different. That has nothing. You're still not there for me. When you're in the ambulance and your hand is bleeding because I cut it off, you're not holding my hand with the stump. Come on.
Yeah, when you go hide in your room and I have to come banging on your door to get you to interact with me again, the fact that I throw shit that can sever limbs at you is completely irrelevant. Stop putting words in my mouth by pointing out that I throw projectiles at you every time I get upset.
It's like, babe, why won't you talk to me? You threw a fucking pan at my head and gave me a concussion. But it's different. It's different. I had a broken nail, Johnny. Don't you see this?
Why won't you hug me? Because you cut off my fucking arm. Like, tis but a scratch, bitch.
She fuck around and somehow kill him. She have a fucking seance like, Johnny, why did you die on me? Bitch, you pushed you pushed me off the plane.
That is the ultimate example of him splitting from the conflict.
So we're gonna cross over to the other side? Really? I don't think you're committed to this relationship, Johnny. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
If you were a real man, you would have come back from the grave.
Those things based on
Because
whether or
that-
not you come knocking on the door. I don't
Because
get
that
why
is a
one
fucking
informs the other.
irrational and violent fucking maneuver.
How
So
does
a
one
man would
inform
want
the
to
other?
get out of that area so that he doesn't get so fucking angry that he actually does pop the fucking wife.
Thank you! He said it! He's in, boys! He's in! Oh, man, I've been waiting for him to say it.
Yeah, I think the toes part is up next.
How does one inform the other?
Oh, man. Go home and listen to the tape. Please. That's what they're for.
Yes. You listen to the fucking tape.
Oh, I'm gonna.
So will I.
And here we have Amber admitting to throwing pots, pans, vases, and a variety of other things at Johnny, but claiming it's irrelevant to her complaint that he splits because of the attack, and then doesn't come to her to work it out after having the pots, pans, vases, and cans thrown at him. And I'm not skipping over the fact that Johnny did say he threw a can back when she threw a bunch at him, and notice he brought that up to discuss it, and neither mentioned that the can actually hit her, nor does she dispute this being the only time and reason that he threw something in her direction. Also, and feel free to leave a comment discussing this, I respect that he would rather just leave so she isn't able to physically assault him to the point he would end up doing something he regrets and hurt the one he loves. Smart move to just leave, at least in my opinion. I'd be interested to know how many people can empathize with that.
Apparently not many.
I'm not going to sit here and promise you I'll never get mad at you or that you'll never fuck up. I know you want to live in a world where everyone just says yes to you and doesn't question you or criticize you ever.
Don't insult me like that, please.
But that's not the case. It's not why you're with me. I am honest with you.
Are you?
Sorry. You don't want to be held accountable. I get it. That's your...
Watching you live in front of Travis last night was really a
That's your
spectacle.
problem, and that's your whole thing that you've created. So I'm not going to sit here and go over every fight we've had. I'm not going to refight this fight. You have something you're holding on to about Travis. Fucking go fuck. You know, go do it. Go run away together. I don't know what you're fucking holding on to, but you have created that. I have no part of that. I don't know what you're fucking latched onto in your brain, what stray hairs have fucking commingled and tangled in your brain to make you think you've really figured some sort of thing out. But this is not unusual for you. It's like almost every fight I can pretty much guarantee you find something that you can like manipulate.
Let's ask Travis tonight.
Fucking
Why don't we invite Travis into our fucked up, broken ass, 3 fucking wheeled truck of a marriage? Why don't we crash it straight into the wall? Because no one knows us better than fucking Travis.
You're just afraid that the truth will come out.
What truth?
That you lied.
What are you fucking talking about? I didn't fucking even have a fucking thing to lie about. What are you fucking talking about? Every fucking fight, there's a new thing that you've convinced yourself is a lie.
I said to you, Amber, tell Travis what you just did. Did you just fucking... Did you punch me in the fucking jaw? Did you fucking kick... Did you? Did you? And you wouldn't say a fucking reason. I don't know what you're talking about. Never fucking...
I see the
never
lie.
fucking happened.
I see the lie. You really should run with this. In fact, maybe you and Travis can, like, go and, like, you know, do a tell-all about what a...
Hey,
what, you know, an investigative
study. Stop with the attitude, right?
Sorry.
Stop with the attitude.
Sorry.
You're getting all bunched up.
Sorry. Sorry.
Amber appears to not know what Johnny is talking about, and after she explodes, Johnny tries to calm her before she gives several short, sharp, and what sound like feigned and taunting, coy apologies. She then suggests Johnny run away and have sex with Travis. Travis was a security member and someone who had testified to witnessing the incident in March of 2015 in which Amber threw things at Johnny, spit on him, and punched him in the face.
It's so fucking pointless, and you know it, to sit here and fight about fucking whatever you think happened with Travis. It wasn't a conversation.
Listen, I was not high.
I'm not going to...
You lied. You're an asshole.
You're fucking full of shit. What
lied?
lie?
You asshole.
When? What conversation did I have with Travis? Big investigative study you've done. I'm not sitting here and fighting with you about the fight that we had last night.
After you fucking got physically violent with me, I texted Travis. I said, come up here, because I didn't want anything to happen.
I mean, yeah.
Come on, save me.
Continue. You, Travis to the rescue.
No, that was the last one. You can go, you go. That was the last insult.
Oh, yeah. You called me a liar, and yet
I watched you lie.
You called me a liar.
I watched you lie. I heard it. I was right there.
There's no what. You still haven't told me what lie it is. But yet every single fucking time. You know you do this every single fucking time.
We'll talk to Travis.
I'm not fucking talking to nobody.
No,
fuck that. You go fucking jerk him off. I don't care. I really could care less. It's you every single time. You latch onto some sort of thing. When I already told you, I don't know what you're fucking talking about. You don't even know what you're talking about. You still haven't even told me what it is. But run with it.
I have told you what it is.
No, you haven't.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
You told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in the fucking thing. And you
figured
in the
it
face.
out.
And you said, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I watched you lie. And then I
didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. You're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
No, even a lot of fights have been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a closed fist.
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you.
You can't
I don't know
deck
what
me.
the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? You are. That's the difference between me and you. Fuck you, baby.
Because you start physical fights?
Baby,
Because you start physical fights?
I did.
Oh, you're right. That was hilarious.
Oh my god.
You want to take a crack at that? Because I need a moment. I have me a case of the vipers.
It's really charming that she's like done these bullshit campaigns about you need to speak up about stuff like this. And then the second he actually calls in his security guard to stop himself from being physically attacked, she insults him by saying he's like in a gay relationship with the guy. Like a man actually protecting himself from being physically abused is some kind of insult about homosexuality. She's a very, very benevolent, very social justice oriented person, isn't she?
I love the fact that every single time shit like this happens, that's the first thing they go to. It's like clearly there's something wrong with him because he needs his guy friends. What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought you said you wanted men to be in touch with their feelings.
Yeah, she's basically like low key calling him a faggot.
Yeah. Yeah, she is. It's insane.
Hell, at this point, I'd ship Travis with Johnny. Who knows? Maybe he'll treat him better. He already protects him. Who knows? It might be the diverse relationship we need.
Yeah. It is amazing. The fucking second he starts sticking up for himself, she loses her mind. She starts screaming at him the second he actually sticks up for himself.
And then
like, I see why he shuts himself in the bedroom. I see why he goes and hides.
Ooh, and then the fun part. Ooh, the one that just palpitates my fucking heart chamber. I did not punch you. I don't remember the actual finger that my hand would. I don't care if you're throwing up gang signs when you throw your fist across my face. You hit me. Like, do you think you need to be holding your hand and you need to pull back and properly do a hee-yah punch to my nose in order for it to be considered hitting? Do you think that it can only happen if you're crip walking 16 ways through the South drinking orange juice? Like, it's only considered a punch if there's a whole bunch of other people who are standing behind you. You know, you get Sofia Vergara, maybe get Raven Simone Baxter, maybe Joy Behar, just to like kind of try to, but not really hold you back so that you can accidentally put your finger directly into his eye. You didn't mean to do it.
Right. If there's not some dumbass in the background yell world star, you didn't punch him. Doesn't count.
We didn't get it back on the instant replay, so it's not real. Point goes to Ravenclaw. And then she goes to yell, and she refuses to accept exactly the reasons why he would walk away. He starts saying exactly verbatim what he's consistently said here.
Mm-hmm.
And she mocks him split second. And I think the sounds that we heard, the clattering, was him like taking off whatever microphone he set up for him to have this conversation on the table. And she just keeps laying into it. Like, here's your sign. This is you. I mean, pettiness is going back and forth between both of them. This is not the way that normal people would probably conduct themselves in a conversation if they're seeing both sides of the discussion for each other. Let's get that out of the way. Johnny is as wrong as Amber Heard could be wrong, but she is not as violently wrong as she is. His sins are not the same sins. He sinned, but they're not the same. They are not the same. And then on top of that, not only does she berate him, insult his humanity, insult his masculinity, but then inserts that he has to be such a baby because he refuses to just be abused.
Yeah.
I can't stop hammering this enough. It's not okay. black or white, man or woman. It's not okay. No matter how much you might think they can take it, it's not okay. Even a tower of rock is weathered down by a storm. Oh, man. This clip probably isn't even over either. That's the worst part.
Yeah.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did, so I had to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable. Every single time. What's your excuse when there's not a physical fight? Then what's the excuse there? You're still being admirable, right? Just by running away?
Yes.
And you can sit here and call me names, but you get called a name, and what do? That's the last insult. You're a baby. You're a hypocrite. You don't do anything that you actually do. You expect from people what you can't give them.
But this seems to be the day following.
Excuse me, pot calling, but
I covered in this.
Excuse me, pot calling kettle black? What?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. It's amazing.
Oh boy, cognitive dissonance is 50-50 and hindsight is 20-20, everybody.
Yeah.
This video in which Amber admitted in her 2016 deposition to pushing her way into the bathroom where Johnny was hiding from her.
Ooh, this is the important part here. You remember those pictures I showed you? This is the bathroom that she supposedly got hurt in.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Out, the door scraped her toes, and when he leaned down to check, she kicked the door into his head and punched him in the face. And holy cow, the admissions here. Amber claims she could never even question Johnny without him flying off the handle and beating her while she remained helpless, and here she's mocking him, calling him admirable for running away from the fight all the time, calling him a hypocrite and a baby, while he still remains the rational voice in the room. And I remember so many people telling me and saying, "You don't know what goes on behind closed doors." Well, anyway, we rejoined them with Amber giving Johnny a Xanax, which I'm assuming is to perhaps make him more agreeable, but I don't know.
What are you doing with this?
I'm giving you a Xanax in case you need it.
Oh, thank you.
Seems like it's worn off.
Yeah, it probably has.
I haven't even been able to have like a fight with you beyond in any real talking kind of speaking context in so long, because anytime anything goes wrong, you split. I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. You split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything. I know I can change certain things that are hurting you.
But you don't.
But I know I can't blame myself entirely for going straight to the fucking finish line, the first sign of stress yesterday. Because of how it's been lately. Like, since Australia. And I've been on the road with you. I haven't been working. I don't know what else I could fucking do.
Since Australia, we've been on our honeymoon and we had a great time, other than the fact that we had a fight in the train, which was physical. But then we had a fight in San Francisco. But I thought everything else was great. You're saying you've been pondering this since Australia.
No, the splitting.
Me splitting.
Like the lack of, I even said this in Australia. I said I feel like it was so good for so long. We'd talk about things. Remember we were allowed to have fights then. Remember we allowed ourselves to say, hey, you did this, or you took... Remember we would even have a little argument and it was okay. It was an argument. I don't know what the fuck has changed. I can't figure it out. And I don't mean to criticize anything that you do, but it's so chronic with you, the changes in the personality. It's like sometimes you get these clear months and you're this different person and it's wonderful, you're this, and then sometimes I'm like struggling to stay connected with you, struggling to have 5 minutes with you, struggling to connect with you, struggling to have my friendship with you and I can't fight with you. You know, it's like, but they're so chronic that I have to go, what the fuck has changed? What thing has changed? Do you not remember how different? You were so different. You allowed me to...
Go on, he allowed you to.
I allowed you to what?
Present, and you were so present, and we were allowed to fight. We were not even fight. We had arguments. I mean, you've given me this time here on the couch, and it's amazing that we can actually talk. But I never feel that safe. I constantly feel like you're about to fucking split, and I don't want to feel like that. You made me feel meaningless.
Kind of like how you feel when you beat shit out of him?
Why wouldn't I if I know that you're about to split? I mean, that's what I'm saying. You
I wasn't
always
about to split.
You always split, so that's... Why wouldn't... I mean, I do blame myself for my actions
I was
yesterday,
laying in
but
bed watching television, man.
Did you hear that?
In bed watching television.
I fucked up last night. I'm not going to defend myself. But I also can't blame like me going to the finish line, and that's always where you drive it.
Translation: I hit you because you make me do it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to defend myself for hitting you again, but when I do, I'll say it's your fault for making me so angry.
You know?
But you're saying you thought you were sure I was gonna split. But
Always. I mean, that's just...
why would I split if I'm laying in the bed with you watching television?
Anytime I tell you that I'm unhappy with anything, and it's typically the same thing, anytime my voice and complaint, I'm not allowed to have a complaint. I'm not allowed to think anything wrong. I've told you this 1,000 times. 1,000 times I've said this to you in calm and in fights. Baby, I don't feel like I'm allowed to just have a complaint, and you aren't allowing me the luxury of us just being normal human couples. Like, as soon as you get mad, you take off on a train. It's something because it's not a chemical, it's strong.
No.
It's one day you were different.
It's the same.
And it hasn't been back.
It's the same changes that are happening in you. It's exactly the same. Huh?
I really wish that was the case.
That is the case.
I have always allowed you to fuck up and be a human. I've always been able to have a communication with you. You...
That's a goddamn lie. That's a goddamn lie. Oh boy, I have allowed you to always be the thing you are. 20 to not even 20, like a minute and 20 seconds ago. You're such a baby. Why don't you let me beat the shit out of you? Why don't you just let me unload on you like my name's Henry Rollins and we're playing Def Jam Fight for New York? Why won't you let me fucking break your goddamn neck, Johnny? I just want to feel strong.
It's just amazing, the projection too, you know, saying that his emotions are unpredictable. I don't know how Johnny sat through that without just bursting out in tears. Like, it's just unbelievable.
Fucking tears or tears laughing?
Yeah, one or the other, probably both if it was me. It just, the projection is surreal.
And then,
wow.
and then it goes back to the, you won't let me feel. You won't allow me to feel. I used to feel. Every statement started with feelings. But when did he not make you feel like that? Because he didn't allow you to beat him. Okay, so you're allowing him to be made to feel worthless because you were allowed to assault him on a regular basis. Whether because you believe that in a relationship or in a marriage, because she clearly believes this, that it means you're allowed to violently assault your partner and that they have to just deal with it, because of course they do. Or you feel that he will split on you because he won't stand there and take the abuse, and therefore he has become devalued in your eyes. He's no longer the man that he used to be. Now he's this worm who just runs at the first sign of trouble, and it makes you feel that he will always run at the first sign of trouble, because every single time you goose your shit, he runs because he sees trouble. Or, and this is the scary one, or you feel that he'll split on you because you feel your own anger rising every single time this happens. Maybe it didn't start out the way, that you're letting it on in your head. Maybe you're not remembering the way that you choose to remember it. Because she says, we used to have conversations. And I don't think it was that they used to have conversations. I think they used to have arguments. But it was
Yes.
it was much more calmer arguments over maybe small shit. Like, where did you put the boning knife for Thanksgiving? Or, I thought we were gonna go to the movies and go watch one of our premieres. Or, I thought it was gonna be your turn to wash the dog this week. Something stupid. Small, stupid, ultimately doesn't matter, but it was the precedent that allowed the anger to build. And she recognizes that her anger is building. Because she's even explaining aloud that she wants to work on it and she wants to find new ways to express this rage. But it just comes out like a volatile cloud of flammable dust. And she always goes to the edge.
Yeah.
And she feels like he'll always split and feels like she's losing it because she realizes she doesn't have control of her emotions. And she believes the next time she loses her shit, she's going to leave. Because she'll have gone past the point of no return.
Right.
And she's terrified because she doesn't know how to control her feelings. I think maybe that's the one. Maybe that's it.
Yeah. Maybe.
That must actually be psychological. That must be her form of hell in this situation. Like, we are very clearly seeing that Johnny's putting up with a serious level of emotional and physical and psychological abuse. But man, imagine the fucking hoops she's throwing herself through right now. Not even like the cognitive dissonance part. That's clear. We're talking about the self-persecution. Imagine your shadow is beating the shit out of you. You know, concept of the shadow self, your real emotions, your opinions, the id, the ego, superego. She must be shadowboxing herself and losing every time. And every time she loses, it's her getting angry. She clearly understands at least the mechanics of what's happening. But she's not considering the options, or even considering that the option she wants to resolve all of her problems is also diametrically opposed to what she perceives is the right way to handle it. Because if Johnny is a coward for running away, does she think that controlling her emotions makes her a coward? And so she keeps getting more violent because any other answer other than submitting, just giving up and giving into her rage, would make her less of a person? Dare I say less than a woman?
Yeah.
Interesting philosophy you have there, right there.
Yeah, that is very interesting. She truly cannot imagine a relationship where it's not like this all the time. Like, you know how it was when she grew up. Her parents had to be screaming and beating the shit out of each other and throwing shit constantly because she feels like a relationship isn't happening if you're not getting that rage, you know?
Goes back to what I said earlier about girls who want that attention and that heat. Like, she wants the heat of the passion of the relationship. She wants it to be all hot, spicy, muy caliente, like it's a telenovela. But I don't think she understands that's not how it works in real life. Like, you can't be fighting all the time. Not every fight is gonna lead to you getting what you want, which is apparently him to break her back on the bed.
Yeah.
There's no way that it would just end up like that every time. Like, maybe the first two times, like, maybe you bait him into an argument where you get him that heated and it just goes that way. Maybe it was like that in the beginning. Who knows? I don't know. Celebrities do some weird shit. They ain't doing some weird, crinky sex. But, maybe after the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, maybe it wasn't giving her that edge. Maybe she wanted to try, spice it up a bit. And this is just the part of it that just, blew up in her face. Literally.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Who knows? In an alternate reality right now, she's probably getting her shit choked the fuck out. And she's happy as could be. Married, 12 kids with Johnny. Every single one of them got a relationship like what Angelina had with Brad. Adopting kids from other nations. All I'm saying, she needs fucking therapy. Or she needs a dominatrix. You know, maybe she needs to get the outlet of violence that she wants so badly from some place where it's a very obvious consensual sign here on the dotted line and I'm allowed to spit in your face whenever I want to kind of deal.
Yeah. Not forcing somebody into that role who has no desire to do it. Just wants a freaking functional marriage.
It might be the answer, because there's some shit that happens to some people. Even normal people have this, where they'll have some weird ass fucking kinks, and that's the thing that makes them happy. Yeah. You know, who am I to tell what a functional, cognizant, well-adjusted adult is allowed to do with another adult in a consenting relationship? It is not my business. I don't give a shit. If it makes you happy, mazel tov. But you just can't force someone to do that.
Yeah.
You can't demand a fucking lion to come out of a vagabond. It just doesn't work like that. Because what's worse off is what's going to happen if you expect that of someone who can't give it to you the way that you want it to be given it to you, or given to you, is what's going to become, what they're going to transform into is going to be something that you can't handle. I've seen it happen before. Ooh, this reminds me. And this is probably going to make both of you cringe when I explain this. Do you know about the adult film actress Christina Rebecca Rossi? I'm not sure if you remember this, chat, but do you remember when Poe and I were discussing this on the timeline one day?
If Poe was involved, I probably blocked it out, you know?
Rightfully,
sounds vaguely familiar.
Rightly so. Okay, so I'm not going to get into the details because I don't want to scare everybody. But the Cliff Notes: Christina Rebecca Rossi was a girl, Midwestern, suburbanite, nice, like the most. When you think of the word debutante, that's her. This snow bunny got together with this guy named Anthony Duran Gray is his full name. Like this skinny ass, watch anime, pimply faced black dude. Like the definition of the stereotype. Afro and everything. With the edge up. They get into the adult film scene. They get into porn. And their choice of poison is the super muscle-bound Queen of Spade BBC relationship shit. You know, the shit that you see everywhere nowadays. And like they went full tilt into it. Like they got swole as fuck. She grew muscles upon muscles upon muscles. She got thick. Like not with 3 C's, but with a Q. With a Q-U-W-E.
Oh yeah, I remember who you're talking about. Yeah, I know who this is.
Now, to save you the pain, chat, I'm not going to tell you what happened. But what I will tell you is that this guy was so lost in the sauce of their fetish that, on top of having abused the child that she would eventually go on to have with him, he had a shootout. And of course, this was some Florida man shit, because, you know, it had to be Florida. He had a shootout with the police.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. No, you remember now, don't you?
No.
You remember.
Oh, no.
In this lead up...
It's like a war flashback. Oh.
He is screaming and shouting with the police officers. And he is live streaming this. Because of course he was. He is live streaming this encounter. And normally, you know, when the snow bunnies try to act black, they affectionate the tone. This girl became whiter than Wonder Bread. You could hear the fear in her voice. She didn't understand what was going on. She didn't want to be where she was. She was terrified for her life and for his life. Because very clearly, this is a black man that's wilding out for the Vine. You know, his current year, so wouldn't have been, would have been TikTok. But my point, live streaming on Instagram, having a shootout with the cops, literally is standing in between him and the cops as they're coming up the side of the garage where he is hiding behind the car while he's holding the gun out to pop off shots at them. At no time is he concerned about the safety of his wife. At no time is he even thinking about where she is standing. He's just like, nah, bruh, we've been having a shootout here, bruh. On top of everything else, and the thing that I myself confirmed by going through multiple Reddit posts, by time sourcing and time stamping, and going through social media to understand when this happened, how this shit developed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is disgusting. It has sickens me to my soul. And I am a devout fucking shit cringe poster. It makes me hurt in my heart. Because that's how I feel right now watching this. It's that bad. It's that bad.
Yeah.
And mind you, Rosie and her husband is what Heard and Depp could have ended up as. This is how serious this shit is, ladies and gentlemen. This is real. This is really real. Like, if you have kids, go hug your kids. Go kiss them. Tell you to love them. If your wife's in the other room and they're not listening, go, your significant other. I don't know how you'll fly. I don't know what y'all do. Go tell them you love them. Look them in the eye and let them know. Because this is the shit that makes you think about it. That and this. Because this shit could be so much worse.
Yeah.
It could have been so much worse. We're only lucky. We're only lucky that Depp didn't just fucking game end himself in Minecraft. Because this has happened. Plenty of names up there on that list and board. Plenty of people who either pulled that trigger, metaphorically speaking, or not, or had someone do it for them.
Yeah.
It's nasty. Nasty. Ugh! Disgusting. Makes me ill.
Ugh. Yeah, I googled that girl, or whatever search engine I use with the safe search off, just to see if I was remembering correctly. I shouldn't have done that.
Go need some eye bleach.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not even sure if I want Jay to look at this, because this will make you question some things.
Okay,
It's like-
what's the chick's name again?
Christina Rebecca Rosie.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure if you were to put my name into Twitter and look up the last name Rosie, you will find it. If you're looking it up right now, I'm gonna give you some time to look it up. I just want to hear your reaction.
Oh. The story is just, oh my god. It's like the worst stereotype of like 18 different things combined. Alabama, hentai, a David Lynch film, everything. But it's real. It's real people. Oh, it's horrible.
I'm the person who had to investigate this. How are you more terrified than I am?
I don't know. I'm just an innocent soul.
And y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand how much I don't cringe post on purpose. Like Like, I had to do it for a single night. I did it for one night to cover for him while he was banned. So that he could come back from suspension and take it back over again. Because the shit I see.
Yeah.
This ain't no laugh at the cringe kind of stuff. This is the make you drink and start questioning your life kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Are you looking it up, Jay?
God damn it! All I'm getting is like porn links.
Hold on, let me pull it up myself.
I'm getting Google.
Oh no, you're not gonna find this shit on Google. Google removed almost all of this shit. They don't want any of this coming up. Not in their search engine. No, you want to see this, you have to go to my timeline and pull it up. Let's see here. There we go. And I'm gonna go ahead and post this inside the thing so that you can read it. Because fortunately I posted this all in the same thread, so you don't have to jump around anywhere. You just watch that a bit. Because I am graphic in my details, because I am nothing if not thorough.
Ugh.
I'll give you some time to read that, but let's get back to it.
Now, could you post that in the live chats? Or
I
would that
could.
make everybody call the police and hate you forever?
I could post it. I could do that, but I'm not gonna, because
Yeah.
I have a brain. The audience is not ready. When we have received the proper place and time and they have been here. Because I know there's people who have like they know about the shootout, but they don't know about the thing that I had to discover.
Mm-hmm.
They'll lose their mind if they had to find that out. And it's not a case of, oh, well, maybe it was just a thing that they played. No. No. This is not a joke. Wow, Gecko, you just put me on the spot, huh? Not a big brain, but a brain nonetheless. It is a wee little peanut. It is a baby nut, even. Small little pistachio. A cashew. Let's get back into it.
The difference is you make it so we cannot even communicate at all if it's anything negative. You go, you take off on a train, you don't get home. You don't come back around. You don't honor when you say, I just want a few minutes or I want a little time, but I'll be back. You don't assuage the anxiety and the stress that gives me and makes things worse with me by saying, hey, we will, remember Keeper was like, you have to say, I will be back in this amount of time, more or less, and then actually honor it. You have to come back. So I said, oh my God, if he could do that, that would be great. And you never do it. You know, you don't ever honor that. You leave me with way more anxiety, stress, anger, and resentment. But in Australia, for a few months, you were so...
So were you. It makes a difference. I wasn't being attacked.
I'm not. I have not attacked you any different. I haven't changed. I have not attacked you any different. I never attacked you. I never attack you. Just because I have a complaint with something you did is not an attack.
It becomes
baby.
verbally insulting. It becomes all kinds of shit. It becomes like right at the get-go, yeah.
See, that's the problem. If you see any criticism as a verbal assault, of course we have this problem. We're going to have it next time you do. God forbid I have a problem with something you do. We're going to be in this situation. Are you ready for it?
Say it nice, man.
What if I'm hurt? Am I not allowed to be hurt and be human? That's the thing. You're not allowing me to be human then. You take my humanity
You're
from
talking
me.
about...
You're telling me I'm not allowed to feel
You're
things
talking...
and I'm not allowed to react because to protect you.
Last night happened because I was at Isaac's for too long. Next door.
It happened because we could not
And for what? For what? What did we gain from this fight? From me just, you know, the horrible fucking act of me being over at Isaac's for just too long for you.
I did not cause this because you were at Isaac's. I mean, you lie to yourself. Go ahead. You're just lying to yourself.
Then why were you upset last night?
This did not happen because of Isaac's. This happened because we're fighting. This is not about Isaacs. We actually haven't really even talked about that. We spent 2 seconds on it because it's, you know, it's not about that. You know it's bigger than that. The point is, I voiced a complaint. It could be anything. You could say, baby, you did something to hurt me. Which you did, and you admitted.
Why didn't you say that?
You admitted that you would feel that way too, and
Yes.
you said sorry for it. That would have been great, but I could not feel safe saying that to you because I knew that your reaction would very likely be a defensive explosion and an attack and freak out and get up and walk away and all this stuff. So I wanted to avoid it. So I took an Ambien to try and go to sleep without even having to speak to you about it because I was really hurt that you fucking left me stranded. You didn't think about me. You didn't text me. All the things that you apologized for.
So she's saying she needs to be medicated in order to be dealt with. Well, I'm glad that you admitted it. We're making progress.
And in order for her to call it an attack, what he does, she had to call it an explosive defensive attack. That was like the best way she could frame him getting up and leaving the screaming match as like something bad. Something anywhere near on par with what she does.
I wonder what it feels like to live in her reality, where the action of diffusing a situation is in itself an attack upon her humanity.
Yeah.
This is like saying a drawing that you don't even realize exists, to you, is a personal attack upon your humanity because you choose to infer something about the person who drew it, about the subject and topic matter that it is illustrating, discussing, or even bringing attention to, or very clearly the messages of the words that are written in the frame of the panel or the image itself, expressly or not, is an attack on you. Boo-boo, this is a pipe, not a sledgehammer. And I'm just smoking it. Meanwhile, in her mind, her berating him seems to still not... Well, now she's admitting that she's basically lost her shit on him so much that she's decided to turn to medicine. So this is great that she's admitting all these things, but why is she still then doing these things? It's like we take 2 steps forward and 15 back. And then we slide to the left. And then we diagonally cross backwards. And it flips back around again. Like, I don't even know which way is up anymore. Ooh. Whatever therapist that she's getting or has to get or will get, pay him double. Shit, pay him triple.
Already apologized for it. Can you do me one small favor and not take it back?
I ain't taking it back.
Stop defending it. You already apologized for it. It meant a lot to me. Do me one favor today. Don't take that back. This isn't about Isaac, you know. It is about us not allowing.
Is it about me showering?
No, it's about you not allowing me to have any problems with you, or be upset at you, or mad at you, or even hurt by you at all. You do not allow it.
If you could have just said in a kinder way, a nicer way, like, listen, I feel fucked over by what you fucking just did.
You wouldn't freak out.
No, I would say fucking, what is it? Like what? And fucking too long at Isaac's. You said you wouldn't be that long or whatever. You shouldn't. I feel stranded. I felt fucking left. Whatever. What am I gonna fight with that? Why would I get mad at that?
Oh my God, the first thing you do is I don't have to text you and all. I mean, you just it would be shitty. It would be a fight. It would be terrible. It would not be.
It was a fight.
Yeah, it was.
It was a fight. And it shouldn't have been. And so the Isaac thing was the impetus because that was a lot of what you said today.
It was the impetus, but it's just a small example of a bigger thing. You know it's bigger.
Okay, so it's a bigger thing. It's coming from back in Australia.
No, it's like Australia, we were allowed to fight. You can't sit here and tell me I can't feel things and I can't voice them to you. If we say to each other, you can't get mad, and you can't be hurt by the other, then we're living in fucking motherfucking fairy tale.
He didn't say you couldn't get mad. He said say it nicely.
Yeah.
I mean, shit. Human language is diverse. And vulgarities exist in every single tongue. You come from Texas. Invent some language, miss.
Yeah.
I-
Not throwing projectiles at somebody and abusing them severely enough to send them to the ER to have parts of their bodies reattached is not a fairy tale. Like those are not the two options. It's not terrorizing someone and beating them down to where they hide from you if you even seem remotely upset, or fairyland, things that only happen in children's stories. That's not. There's a little bit of area in there in which you might be able to exist in between, possibly. I think it's possible. I think it's possible for a relationship to exist where you're not terrorizing someone and heinously abusing them. That's not a fairy tale.
Well, see, clearly, in her version of a fairy tale, it's when Johnny just allows her to beat the shit out of him, and while she's mocking his humanity, she's twerking on his face, and he's just shoving his face in her ass, loving it.
Yeah.
Like, can't get enough of it. Just fully inhaling inside of her valley of plenty, just like. Because apparently that's real. But, not treating him like dog shit. No. That's now you tell him. Nah, that's a golden goose, baby. Nah, we can't have that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not allowing her humanity. That's not allowing her to feel.
Here's a thought. Maybe if your humanity can only be expressed in the most vapid means of excess and violence, maybe that's not. Maybe that your definition of human might be a couple of fucking definitions off.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh man. You got anything you want to add, Jay?
Oh, dude, I was reading this thread the whole time.
I don't blame you.
As soon as I read, because I scrolled down real quick just to get like a little bit of a gist, and as soon as I read that the dude was fucking all the chicks in the family, I was like, oh, okay. And then I'll get back to this.
Okay. All right. Where do we even begin to dissect where we've gotten from? We started at woman yells at man. Man walks away from woman. Woman continues yelling at man. How dare he walk away from her? Man explains, well, I don't think it would be a smart thing for me to let you fuel your fire and just abuse me. Woman says, you won't ever fight for me. You won't ever let me have my emotions. You won't let me win. Man says, no, I'm not just gonna let you beat the shit out of me. You have to be nice until it's time to not be nice. Woman says, but you're not allowing me my humanity by expressing my emotions. Man says you can express your emotions. Just say it nice.
Yeah, nicely.
Woman says, but you can't just walk away. I need to feel secure in my entitlement. Don't you say you love me? Man says yes. Of course I love you. But does it feel like it? It doesn't feel like you love me when you walk away from me. Man says, well, of course I care. I care enough that I refuse to do that to you. Woman says, but that's what I want. I want to feel that. Man says, but I can't give that to you. Woman says, but you used to. You used to be able to. Remember? Remember our trips? Remember when we went abroad? Man says, of course. But it was different. We were different. I was different. You were different. Woman says, well, yes, it was different, and it was great, and I love that, but can't we go back to that? Man says, no, we can't. Not unless you're willing to admit you're wrong here. Woman says, but I'm not wrong. You're wrong. You're being a baby. Stop being a baby. What happened to the man I used to love? He was a shining golden god. He was an Adonis. His muscles glistened in the sunlight as he carried me across the threshold of the bodega, and every night in my silk satin deflowered me. I was enraptured in your manhood, and now look at you, you worm, you troglodyte. Where is that god? Where is the man I loved? Where did he go? And why did he leave me here with you?
Yeah. That's you did pretty good. That's about it. That is an accurate summary.
I like it. I like it. I like it. Oh.
You know, I have to say though, I think she probably is onto something, feeling like there's no security. I think there's a reason she's getting scared and she's harassing him nonstop about this. I think the reason he used to actually fight with her back in Australia, is that where they said, is because he was still
It's at least one of the
engaged.
places. It was one of the places.
Okay. Like he was still deluded enough to think there was something to fight for, you know? Since then, it's clear that by now he realizes there's nothing left he can do. And things aren't going to get better. She's not capable of growing and being a decent spouse. He wouldn't be like wearing a wire to try and build evidence of how she treats him if he thought there was still something to fight for. You know, you don't like wear a wire before you talk to your spouse to like take it to your fucking couples therapist.
Oh, this is the thing though. They agreed on this. They know that they have tapes of each other talking about these things. Because it was
insane.
It was part of their entire deal of trying to work through it. This is their therapy.
So their therapist just gets the tapes and he just sits there with his head in his hands.
No, this is like, this was what they agreed upon. Like, both of their legal teams and them together said, here's what you can do. And they said, yes, this is a good idea. That's why she was talking about the tapes that he had and saying that he wanted them. He wanted the tapes.
Okay.
Yeah! This is them working through their shit!
God. That makes it even more psychotic.
That's what I'm saying!
Really is that oblivious?
That's what I'm saying! It's like, why won't you do these things I want? Well, here's the reason why. But, yes, but why won't you do them the way I want them? Because this is why. But, yeah, I understand, but why won't you just change reality for me?
Makes me crazy.
Oh my god.
What do you mean? When you beat my head in, don't you say you love me so, what do you mean? What do you mean, bitch?
Yeah, I mean, I think that she's getting scared because he won't fight anymore. There isn't anything to fight for anymore because she's psychotic and he's realizing this is not a phase. This is not like premature menopause or some shit. She's really like this, and no matter what we try to do, she can't change. She refuses to change. Like, this is all the better it gets. I think she's realizing, like, yeah, maybe there is a lack of security in our relationship. Because you destroyed this man. You ruined him. You sound so fucking broken.
He has probably the mental equivalent of like an exasperated and overloaded stimuli. Like his brain is so burnt from the emotion that he just can't produce the emotion anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe he used to be a lot more maybe he used to be able to even match her emotion. Or like not even like this emotion specifically, but like before she started really leaning in, like maybe he was able to match her or at least meet her there at like the crescendo of what was her outrage, because clearly this is her really in the shit. So maybe before she was just, testing him, pushing his buttons, and he was just responding with the correct stimuli. But now she's really pouring it on, and the self-fulfilling prophecy begins to fulfill itself.
Mm-hmm.
God, what was that lyric? Hold on, I gotta look this up. Here I am Googling fucking Eminem lyrics. Where is it? There you go. Because I can't help but keep going back to this shit, because this is what he wrote in the goddamn song. I can't stop going back to this, because this is clear. Where is it? Where is that line? It's the rage that controls you both. Here we go. It's the rage that took over, it controls you both. So they say you're best to go your separate ways. Guess that was... So they say it's best that you go your separate ways. Guess that they don't know you, because today, that was yesterday. Yesterday is over, it's a different day. Sounds like a broken lever playing over, but you promised her next time you show restraint, you don't get another chance. Life's no Nintendo game, but you lied again. Now you get to watch her leave out the window. Guess that's why they call it window pane. Except this is not he. It's not her. It's he.
Right. Right.
This entire section is her. Actually, no. This entire verse is her. Have you ever loved someone so much you can barely breathe when you're with them? You meet them and neither one of you even knew what hit them. Got that warm fuzzy feeling, these chills used to get them. Now you're getting fucking sick of looking at them. Swore that you never hit them, never do nothing to hurt them. Now you're in each other's face, feeling venom in your words when you spit them. You pull each other's hair, scratch, crawl, bet them, throw them around, pin them, lost all the moments when you hit them. This is all her.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's autobiographical. Well, not autobiographical, but...
The only difference here is that he's not participating anymore.
Right.
And it pisses her off. So she figures, maybe if I get more violent, he'll start doing it again. And it pushes him further away. And so she gets insecure, thinking, oh shit, he's gonna leave me. And she thinks maybe if I stop abusing him, it won't be so bad. But then she keeps abusing him. Because if she considers that she's wrong, this fucks up her worldview, as we discussed.
Mm-hmm.
And as I just, demonstrated with the insanity of this conversation. The fact that this is them trying to go through their process, and she's being told the answers of why he feels the way he feels and what would be the beginning point. Not even specifically the answer, but where to start to arrive at the answer. She can't do it! She can't even consider saying it nicely.
Yeah.
She can't even consider finding any other way to express herself. Even as she demonstrates and says she understands that there are other ways to express herself. I can say it, I can write it, I can whisper it, I can do all these things, but I can't stop myself. So he's supposed to. Because your girlfriends clearly aren't helping you. If she even has friends. And like real friends, not frenemies. Because one of her girlfriends should have probably said, bitch, you crazy.
Yeah.
Like, girl, I love you, but you fucking insane. Because if Johnny is willing to go to his bodyguards and befriend them, To the point that he's willing to stay over at their place? Clearly, that means he's gone to a lot of people about these problems.
Yeah.
So who is it she's talking to? Herself? Her legal team? Her parents? Co-stars? Oh, fuck me. What if she said this shit to her co-stars on Aquaman? Oh man, I just made myself sad.
Yeah.
She probably did. She probably A-locked just go her co-stars while she was on the set filming. Johnny's just so nasty. He's so abusive to me. He just treats me like dog shit all the time.
Yeah.
Not a single fucking reporter tried to even check this information until it was after the fact. Maybe there was probably one, maybe two, maybe three, maybe four. Maybe there was an entire wing. Maybe there was someone like me or someone like our friend Average who documented every single piece and part and parcel, wrote it all down and brought it to their executive chief editor and said, here, you don't even have to publish it as a story. Just write it as an op-ed. And they still said no.
Yeah.
Because the outrage was bigger, and the outrage and the clout, those clicks.
Yep. Exactly. Well, and you would think, I don't know, I would think that this young, gorgeous starlet who is sort of like LGBT fame would get a lot more clicks and would generate a lot more interest if she was exposed to be a horrible person than this kind of old, I don't know, a previous generation's actor.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't push the narrative,
The problem is that the narrative itself is a cottage industry now. If you attach yourself to the brand of Me Too, and it's weird because it hasn't even been that long since that shit was introduced. How long has it been? A year and a half? I can't even remember.
Longer than that.
I feel like it's been like at least 2 solid years, maybe 3, maybe 4, but like the actual victimization, the thing that it started from, a legitimate understanding of, yes, victims exist, and even the ones who don't even look like Amber Heard are victims too. The victimization of Me Too and #BelieveAllVictims does not even begin to compare to the commodification and the cottage industry of weaponizing your brand with Me Too. Because I can remember more cases and hoaxes, like, say, the Duke Lacrosse team, that was cited as an example of the rampant misogyny happening on college campuses around the globe and whatnot. Cases like that, where the example of hoaxes are more well known than the facts of things. Or like cases like the Mattress Girl, for example. Someone who quite literally was a performance artist, or is a performance artist. I'm not sure which one she chooses to claim herself as now, but her entire thing, recreating her assault. I'm sorry, that's just weird. That's just me. Cause like that whole thing is like, you created porn to express how something that now has been proven didn't happen to you happened to you.
Yeah.
You let that one percolate in your brain for a second. Like, not even like the situation of the girl. Just like, I'm gonna lie about something that happened to me. But to validate my victimhood, I'm gonna create some porn depicting this vile act that I can't even describe.
Right. Utterly bizarre.
How bizarre. How bizarre. I swear, that has to be a song from somewhere. I don't even remember where I heard that. But that had to be something from the 90s.
Yeah, it was. I forgot who fucking sang that, though.
Was it Savage Garden? No.
No, they were those, like, one of those emo bands, almost. I was thinking about their feelings.
I know it's not Sixpence None the Richer.
No. Well, I think it's called How Bizarre. Look that up. Look How Bizarre 90s song on YouTube. I think something should come up.
See. OMC, How Bizarre. There we go. It was the hook of the song. Weird how that stuck in my brain. Anyways, the victimization. The entire cottage industry of being a victim has become so big that if you want to make a name for yourself, you can just claim the victimhood and affix yourself to it. Because no one's going to question it. Because by definition, if they question it, that means they're misogynist. They're denying your existence. It's the perfect crime. It's the perfect industry engine. You know, just whip some controversy, start some shit that doesn't exist or didn't happen the way you say it happened, bury all evidence that exonerates the people who you're victimizing, and then just trick them. And just keep tricking them. Take the money and just dash. And at least leave everybody in the dust. By the time they fucking look at the details, it's like, oh no, we made an oopsie. But if we admit we made an oopsie, it takes away the power from our movement.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Bob, I need you to go bury something in your backyard. Oh.
Yeah.
And the fun part is that it's not even like it's a case of, well, there's clearly people in the industry who will recognize this. Oh yeah, people recognize it. People see the cognitive, and there are people like us here, people in the chat even who see it, people who are probably listening to it on Twitter who see it, people who will probably watch this in the future and who will see it, who will be like, you know what? You want some shit, Carl. I believe that. But how do I even begin to go about it? How do I figure out the cognitive dissonance when I see it? Well, it's a bit like Trump derangement syndrome when you get down to it. The people who are denying it most often are probably the people who have realized it themselves.
Right.
Like, shit don't exist in a vacuum. You have to notice it. It's like fridge logic. You're sitting there, you're thinking about something that you just watched on television, you know? It doesn't make quite enough sense to you when you were watching the plot of the movie, something that you thought was like a plot hole or was an inconsistency, but then you think about it and you're like, oh, that's what they meant. Like, we were talking about this earlier, about Twin Peaks, right? And I was explaining to you the logic of how David Lynch created the entire philosophy of the show to be a point of expressing his idea of what soap operas and drama and content and using it to create a universe itself, to talk about a concept would do. It's the same idea that Albert Maltz had when he wrote his entire scathing article of what we will ask of new writers. It's the same idea, but in this case, instead of saying, what are you going to ask of an audience, or what are you going to ask of a writer writing fiction, it's what are you going to ask of reporters and of the general public when discussing concepts like victimhood. And not just victimhood, but who can be abusers. And create an environment of victimization to fulfill a higher meaning purpose. This is that purpose being realized in real time. And like I said earlier, someone has to ask that question, and it cannot be a man.
Yeah.
No man can ask that question. You probably have to find the most wokest person to do it. And the first second that they ask, it's going to tear itself asunder. Because to even consider it is to create the greatest level of fridge horror. Because when you're sitting there and you think about it and you're like, oh shit, we're actually the bad guys. There are so many people who are going to double down just to avoid the guilt. Let alone the consequences of their actions. Who's going to be the first?
How many lives have you destroyed? How many lives? How many victims? You know, most people psychologically can't handle that. They cannot. They wouldn't survive it.
Like half the time, how many examples of people who were sent to jail, like against all odds, were able to be freed and released because the person finally broke down and said, "I lied." I mean, shit. I'm gonna go there. Roe versus Wade. Norma fucking McCorvey lied. She lied. She admitted she lied. She quoted herself as being one of the many things that she would take to her grave and into the baptismal pool. Well, she then recommitted herself to going against this thing that was now forever affixed to the pseudonym that she assumed to begin to even create the law.
Yeah.
How insane people get over abortion is exactly how insane they're getting over things like this. Because to even begin to have the discussion, you would have to consider how we got there and then undo it. But there's so much money in it now. There's so much political activism in it now that to undo it means you'd lose the money, you'd lose the attention, you'd lose this easy to go to button that allows you to just destroy any one person's argument, where you can just say, I don't have to listen to you. I don't have to believe you. I'm a victim. You don't get to question me. The second that you undo this, oh boy, that's a Pandora's box.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who's going to be the first one? I just want to know, if in that future, whether it happens or not, who's going to be the first one to lay their head on the chopping block? I'd love to see that happen. I will show up with popcorn. I will tape it. Much like how I will show up and tape it if it's communists that realize, oh shit, we're going to get shot too. And they stringently become hyper-capitalists. Like, I can't wait to see how quickly they turn. Because the ones who are leading the mob are going to be the first ones the mob eat up. Just not even case on like, they're the first ones who led it and discussed it and did it. It's going to be a case of they go to the industry heads, right? Let's say all of Hollywood right now, overnight. New management. Jon Favreau. He is the head of the film board. He fills it with people that in Disney love their jobs and love their work. People who will recognize and understand the importance of creating art. They understand the importance of animation. They understand the importance of hand-drawn animation. They understand the importance of 2D cell shading and going through the process of all of these old means and techniques of creating art and creating film that we choose to try to snuff companies like Leica for doing year after year after year after year. And someone on the board says, man, this is great. Why weren't we doing this all the time? And they look over to the omniglot that is Disney and taking all of their old classics, for example, and making them to these cynical, woke, updated reboots. Where the first thing that they do on a platform like, not Freeform, because that was the account they were posting it from, on Instagram, will write this post about, well, if you don't like the fact that we're doing this, it must say some really deep meaning racist things about you. Literally saying it. Not even implying the words, but going through the cognitive dissonance to say, well, yes, we understand that we took this project from something that was originally Danish. Yeah, we know that she's white, but why can't she be black, though? She's a mermaid. She's fiction, bruh. She doesn't exist.
Right.
I would just love to see who would be the first one to raise their hand and comment. Because I'm pretty sure the
Yeah.
first one who raises their hand is probably the first person who led the mob. Because they love that shit. I have tons of comments about that, but let's move on. The point the point that I'm trying to get to, everyone, is if we want to deal with the problem, we're gonna have to really ask ourselves where we went wrong. And when we do, there's no crying till the end. Like, just accept it, allow it to internalize itself, let it wreak havoc in your chest, dry heave, vomit, but you gotta let it go. It has to come out. Alright, let's get back to it.
Oh, yeah. I
Yeah.
gotta go, guys.
You gotta go? Alright, no problem.
Yeah, it's getting late, and I gotta start going to bed at a reasonable time.
How dare you?
Oh,
How dare
okay.
you be an
Alright, but
adult?
Alright, but it's been great, like, talking about this shit.
Alright, no problem.
Yeah. I hypothesizing, and talking over all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a blast. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, nice talking to ya.
No problem.
Yeah. It's been great talking to you guys too.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've been like, I've never heard what your voice sounds like.
What,
until
me?
Now. Yeah. I only watch like a couple select streams, so don't take it personally if I haven't watched yours.
No, it's
'cause
cool.
I
It's
don't think
cool.
I have. Yeah. Well, yeah. Good night, guys.
No problem.
See ya.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had fun.
Alright, let's try to get through this, and then we'll call it a day.
All right.
Look, then, of course, nobody is able to and shouldn't hold shit in. But we can go to the other person and say, look, man, I feel fucked. I feel shit. I feel this, I feel that. And then we can assess how you feel. Well, fuck, I guess, oh shit, I see what you mean. You know, I see what you mean, I get it. Or, fucking, I don't understand what you're saying, and you're wrong, and you're whatever.
But it's going to be the latter, and it's been the latter for months now, where that's your reaction, is not ever admitting wrong, ever doing anything wrong, ever admitting it. You always go straight to you're wrong, fuck you kind of thing. You don't say fuck you all the time right away, but I'm saying
always.
Like for months now, it's been, I can't voice any complaint. I can't say I feel fucked over. I can't say I'm hurt. I can't say you fucked up. I can't be mad at you. I can't be hurt. Nothing. Because I'm the bad guy. Oh, well, I'm always fucking up, and, you know, like, you're always on me, and I'm always fucking up, and, you know, like, getting mad at me for being honest with you. We've had a million fights where I'm like, I was honest with you. I told you how I felt. If you were me, wouldn't you feel bad? Yeah. Okay, well, then, the fuck? We had these few months where we actually could even feel things and fight, and it was an argument. Even if I'm hurt, I'm still trying to do that because I see the bigger picture. You lose the bigger picture every time. And if you want to stay married to me, you need to figure out if you think you can. If you're going to lose sight of the bigger picture and only be my husband when it's easy, you're only going to be there for the ups, never the downs. You're only going to be there for health, not sickness. Every time it gets hard, you lose the big picture and you can't think about anything else but breaking up, divorce, fighting, splitting, running away. If you can't be the one to come around sometimes and see the bigger picture and know that it's not worth fighting for days, if you can't do that too, we need to walk away. I don't want to walk away. I don't want to end this.
But do you not think you'd instigate the same thing?
I'm not talking about instigating, I'm talking about ending.
But ending, you don't...
I'm talking about ending.
Yeah, but you don't always do that.
You're never the one coming to me and saying, let's not fight anymore. You're never the one saying, come, just get into bed, let's not go to bed mad like that. On the plane, it was me. In Toronto, it was me. It's always me.
On the plane here from Rio,
You don't want to admit it.
you were
Think
losing your marbles.
Think about
I'm the one who came to you and said, let's calm down, please calm down. And you were blaming me.
Think about it.
Because your flight was going to get in late and you wouldn't be able to
Think about it.
have time before your thing.
Judging from their trip to Rio in September of 2015, this could have been around the time Amber was auditioning for the role of Mira in the movie Aquaman, a role she would be confirmed to get in early 2016. And it makes sense that if she lost her marbles and beat up Johnny on the plane, that she could have been freaking out over maybe perhaps missing the audition or something, but who knows.
You ditched me last night, and I understand. I understand how shitty that got, and I understand my part in it.
I feel like she's acting when she tries to when she
I
speaks
need
like that.
It's got to be done with your mind and your heart.
What do we do different if I have a problem? You
Tell
need
me.
to tell me how to tell you
Tell
different
me.
if I'm hurting you. You need to let me be able to be mad. Sometimes you're gonna make me mad. I'm a human. I cannot live where it's like.
Well, then it's the same thing goes for me. Then you're gonna have to allow me to get mad.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, but I get mad and then you start fucking yelling.
I don't have to start yelling.
I don't!
Yelling once it gets fucking heightened. I've gotten a lot better about that. It's just only I only start
No.
yelling when it's fucking hour 11 and we're really in it.
Okay.
You haven't gotten better about that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had 3 physical fights in the last month and a half, 2
I'm
months.
talking about the yelling.
Let's both pay attention to how we talk to each other, to respect each other.
You know, we're not gonna do that all the time. Sometimes we're gonna be shitty or
Of
whatever.
course not.
But we make a promise to each other about the rings and the divorce.
No rings, no divorce.
We promise each other.
And
Please, I want so bad to feel like the marriage I
promise you.
worked so hard to make happen is like meaningful.
Wait. The marriage I worked so hard to make happen? Okay, carry on.
Don't talk about
Guys, help!
respecting, please.
Yes, but I want to make. I have those 4 years, no matter what. But I fought for that wedding, and we had that wedding, a beautiful wedding. For what? If we don't
I had that beautiful.
wanna
Ah,
make it
shit.
mean something.
I had that beautiful wedding. I strode you so hard and fucked your brains out for that wedding.
Yeah. Oh my god. That is insane. She explains everything right there. She's the one who wanted the wedding. And what was it for? What do you mean, what was it for? Good publicity? You being relevant? Fucking alimony? We all know what you did it for. We all know why you pressured him into a wedding he clearly wasn't interested in.
I'm not even just interested. Maybe not. Maybe if he had had more time and she had been more proper and prim about it, he could have come around to it. But very clearly, the danger bells were going off in his head.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God! And imagine if this was all precedented because she would have lost her shit if she hadn't gotten the role. That makes me think. That sends me for a loop.
That there's some.
Yeah. It did mean something, and it does mean something.
Now she's very clearly in the waterworks.
Married to you to fucking,
Yeah.
just fucking, 17 more fights and it's fucking over with. We got married. I knew the fucking fights weren't gonna stop, but I thought maybe it would
Nope.
curb them. a little.
Idiot.
That was a mistake, you dumbass.
Yeah.
I want the security back. I freak out.
A lot.
Freak out. And cannot make normal decisions, calm decisions, or ones from the heart where I'm thinking of you more than me when I feel like you're splitting on me all the time.
Honesty feels good, don't it?
Yeah. Oh my god. But it's amazing. It's amazing. Anytime she admits anything, the littlest thing, anytime she admits the most minute error on her part or flaw on her part, she goes into this really contrived, really like soap opera-esque voice. Like she slides into this bad character.
She slides into it so easy too.
Yeah.
Even me as a vocal artist, it takes me a while to get into something if I'm like doing it dry. Like, of course,
Yeah.
you've always got that. You've got that head voice you can always slide into. Just mosey on over into it. It's easy. Anyone can. And everyone has something like a tool that does that like this. But for her, this shit is a fucking toggle. Why is she not in a soap opera? She would probably excel at it. Put this bitch in Dallas.
Yeah. Yeah.
Put her in Nashville. Shit. Put her in something. Don't just put her in movies. She'd probably enjoy it more.
Yeah.
When the marriage is on a roll. I make the same mistake about throwing our marriage around. I won't do it again. I'm not going to do it again. Okay?
Please.
You're going to bet
Not
on how
a
many
promise.
seconds, if not minutes,
But-
till she throws their marriage around again?
I
Like
will.
5,
Hold on.
maybe?
I'm gonna get a coin. Alright. I've got 10 seconds on heads. What you got?
Okay. Shit. I'm gonna. This is probably really stupid. I'm gonna say like. Let's say 20. Let's just say 20. Fuck it. Let's see what
20
happens.
seconds?
I'll give her the benefit of the doubt that she can remember that long that she promised she'd never do that again.
Okay. Let's see.
But there's something so anxiety provoking and scary and malicious and really just turns everything over when you split all the time. Please, if you really don't want to fight and you're not just trying to hurt me, which sometimes it is that, if you really love me and you do care about this, please find a good way to do it one that's respectful.
What is that flicking sound? Are they smoking while they're doing this?
I need to know that we will
They
be
must
able
be.
to talk about it, because the problem I have is when we don't communicate, it comes into me, builds up in me, and becomes cancer in me.
That's a strong choice of words.
Yeah.
Probably like that cancer stick you suck it on. I didn't fuck around. But no, seriously. Ooh, that is a strong choice of words, Amber. It's also an apt choice of words, because that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
When you let your emotions control you, ladies, you can find yourself doing some crazy shit.
Yeah.
And that's not a woman thing, that's a human thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fucking everybody thing.
But worse every single day. Not better, worse. Until we spoke about it. Until Whitney's birthday and we talked about it. Then it was okay, but I don't want to resent you.
I don't want to resent you. I don't want to not trust.
You know how many times I've chased you out of the elevator in the hall? Stop doing that. I'm not nitpicking. I don't mean to be focusing on something, but if it's a major thing to me, and it is a major...
If things get physical, we have to separate.
No,
We have to be apart from one another. Whether it's for fucking an hour, or 10 hours, or fucking a day. We must. There can be no physical violence.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it.
Oh my god.
You can't promise you won't get physical again because you get so mad you lose it. All right?
I can't promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. You didn't come home. I feel like I have nothing to cling on to. There's a semblance of marriage or commitment or stability. And if I can just get up and walk away and spend the night somewhere else.
You obviously can.
Yeah, but believe it's done if I do that. That's it's not marriage.
We talked about it. You know why I left.
I do know why you left.
There's a button there.
If you
I'm saying now that I won't do the same thing. I mean, that will not do that. I will not fucking leave until
promise.
some rational decision is made. If it's the end, it's the end. If it's the fucking, if we can keep going, we'll keep going. But yeah, promise. I promise you. I promise you. I hope you can trust me.
I don't want any loopholes. It's okay to leave. It's acceptable to do this, or it's acceptable to say this about like splitting or breaking up or leaving. We should fall asleep together every night. Ideally, never mad. I'd love to say
Of course.
we could promise that, but I don't know if it's possible. I'd love to strive for it.
Yeah, you weren't ready for that last night, for sure.
No, I fucked up last night. I'm really sorry. It's affecting not just me, it's affecting our marriage.
I fucked up last night. I'm really sorry. How robotic.
Yeah.
How emotionless.
It's fascinating, really.
Boy, oh boy. And yes, you can strive to try to have a perfect relationship. Anyone can try to do that. All you can do is try. But what you're asking for, Amber, is a fucking fantasy that lives inside your head. Tay Diggs would be singing about you in Rent right now.
Yeah, she's asking for a perfect relationship when she's the reason all the conflict is arising, or at least a huge. And it's interesting how she just constantly pushes these dichotomies. It's always him laying down a very, very normal, reasonable boundary, like there can't be any more physical fights. And her response is, I can't promise I'll be perfect. It's amazing. It's just amazing. It's so manipulative, and it's I don't know. It's
The fun part is that
she's something, man.
there's so much room there. There can be no more physical fights. Can I yell at you? Yes. Can I scream in your face? I'm not open to that, but okay. Can I draw paintings and pictures of how I want to put needles in your eye? Okay. There are so many avenues that just opened up for you. He quite literally just came to every single desire you wanted. You don't want him to walk away? Okay, I won't leave. I won't walk away. I'll deal with you. I'll try and work with you. Can you please not beat the shit out of me? I cannot promise. I will not confirm or deny.
Yeah. She can't promise that she'll be perfect. It's oh my god. This is amazing. I just no, I've got nothing else. I'm speechless. She's just unbelievable. And he just sounds so fucking broken. He sounds so beaten down. He sounds so exhausted, so defeated. Because everything he says is wrong. Anything he says could set her off. God, it's sickening, isn't it?
I'm not quite sure if this is a gateway to simping, but there is many correlations here. And it's mainly the defeat. That's the main part that I want to point out. It's the defeat.
Mm-hmm.
It's the acceptance that you're gonna lose, so you just give in. Hopefully he's been working on this. Maybe he assumed a warrior spirit after he realized, you know what? You really on that shit. And I really want to be able to go over this another time.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like we're getting to the point where we should just... I think this is a very open and shut case here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
So, I think we're gonna stop it there. I ain't got no more in me.
No, it's just sickening. It's fascinating, but sickening.
Like, we gotta put him in a laboratory. Like, consent forms, everything, sign it away, and just make a reality television show of people going through this shit. Because I wish they had done this for Lindsay Lohan. Because whatever the fuck she did between, like, after her stint, whatever the hell she was doing for anger management, like not the actual anger management, but like when she went on the television show Anger Management.
Yeah.
So when she got the Lindsay Lohan beach club show thing that she did on whatever channel it was on, I think it was on Bravo or We or E. I don't fucking know. I can't be sure anymore. It just blends together. But whatever she was doing between there and there, whatever she did to do that, put Amber Heard on that shit.
Yes.
Because that shit worked wonders. No, I'm not saying that Lindsay Lohan's all that good, because Lolo's got some problems. Probably as much as Amanda Bynes has some problems. But my point is, she mellowed.
Yes.
Heard needs to mellow. That, or we need to just create this perfect man that she wants. One that will be soft and hard and wet and also gentle. Yet also rough. And not chafe in the evening.
You said that, and I just pictured a punching bag with a dildo glued on it.
That's what basically she wants. She wants a masturbatory aid for a boyfriend.
Anything less, she will be enraged with. Truly.
Mm-hmm. Quiver Jr., thank you. Thank you for the follow. Is that even how you say no? That is not how you say it. It's Quavius Jr. Quavius Jr., welcome to the Fried Chicanery. Enjoy your stay, my friend. But, man, ooh, wow. So many things we can talk about. I hope you'll be able to join me next time if you have the chance to. Because, man, there's so much. This is just part of one video. We haven't even gotten to the rest of the details here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, oh my god, it's mind-boggling. It's really, I mean, it's fun. I enjoy talking about it, but it's just disgusting to listen to, you know? Just the shameless, entitled manipulation. It's amazing.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, because I know there's going to be some people, someone's going to find a way to try to take it out of context. We're not mocking and joking and laughing about it because we don't take it serious. It's the only way to not want to game end ourselves.
Exactly.
If we didn't have the mystery and power of comedy, which he can heal almost all wounds, if not at least let them scab over, bro, I wouldn't want to live in that world. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, with all that said and done, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 1:17 a.m. EST. I'm going to thank both JLongbone for showing up, and also Michelle Mort for showing up.
Thank you for having me. This has been a lot of fun.
I'm glad you have fun, because I had fun.
Good.
Anything else you want to say to the folks?
Shit, I don't know. You can subscribe to me here on YouTube also, if you want. And I hope you have a nice day. How's that? That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. And as always, guys, you can be able to follow me at Mr. Random or here, Single Player Carl on YouTube. It's been a time, folks. And we'll see you next time when the laughs and the loves, when we're having ourselves a TopKek. Good night, everybody.